members. Welcome to this special meeting of the Highland Council. This meeting will be filmed and broadcast over the internet on the Highland Council website and will be archived and available for viewing for 12 months thereafter. And I believe it's also been
Thank you, members. I will close the voting now. And then we have a number of members participating remotely, and I will just come to you individually to confirm your attendance. And I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
Present.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Present.
Councillor MacDonald.
Present.
Councillor Mackay.
Here.
Councillor McLennan.
Present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Here in Trimaway, Wadgerby, still here, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
Morning, Stuart. Yes, here.
Councillor Nolan.
Present.
Councillor Saggers.
Present.
Councillor Sinclair.
Present. Good morning, Stuart.
And Convener, we have a number of apologies this morning. We have apologies from Councillor Green, Councillor Kennedy, Councillor McCallum, Councillor Mackey and Councillor Smith.
members. Are there any declarations of interest? Stuart.
Thank you, Convener, and again with thanks to those members who have shared this information with officers in advance of the meeting. So the following councillors have applied the objective test, reviewed their position in relation to item 3 and any personal connection, and do not consider that they have an interest to declare, and those transparency statements are given by Councillor Cameron and as his wife is an employee of Highland Council, Councillor Christie as a non-executive director of NHS Highland, general manager of Inverness, Badenoch and Strathspey CAB, a non-executive director of Inverness Business Improvement District, a trustee, non-executive director of Eden Court Theatre, and as a parent of a child in secondary education. Councillor Gowans as a close family member is an employee of High Life Highland. If there's a specific discussion taking place today in respect of High Life Highland, Councillor Gowan will declare the interest and leave the room for that discussion. Councillor Gregg as an employee of NHS Highland, Councillor Loudon as a second home owner, which is currently up for sale, and Councillor Monroe as a director of Sky Connect, the tourism DMO for Skye and Rassay. Thank you, members.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to.
Hold on, Councillor Stewart. Sorry, continue.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to have a transparency statement as I have a close family member who's employed by Highland Council.
Anyone else, members? Councillor McKeon.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. I have a member of the family, a member of the Highland Council.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thank you, convener. Yeah, transparency statement. I have a daughter who is a teacher employed by Highland Council. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, convener. Sorry for not putting it in sooner. The Highland Football Academy and the Puffin Pool.
Councillor Morris.
Yeah, apologies as well from me, convener. I have a son who's employed by the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. Members, before you today is item 3 on the agenda, which is the Revenue Budget, Council Tax and Medium Term Financial Plan 24-25. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that what is the subject of today, and the subject of today, I would advise that you consider the subject when you're speaking. It's not about anything else that may or may not be on the agenda. It's the agenda items only. So I would hope you would stick to that. Thank you. And I have a few brief words from Mr. Porter. Brian.
Okay, thank you, convener, and good morning, members. A few brief points from myself this morning. So clearly the report in front of you today is following a series of reports that the Council's considered over the past 6 months in relation to the budget, following a number of written and in-person briefings for members and opportunities for members to hear from officers, the purpose of which has been to support members in their decision-making today. Given the extensive briefings that have taken place, and particularly on some of the more technical aspects of the budget, including PPP, I don't intend covering these points again. My opening remarks will be brief and will be focused on developments and matters since the budget report was issued. A reminder, and it's clearly within the report, clearly the report is here to allow members and the Council to fulfil its legal obligations to set a balanced budget and council tax. In terms of 3 points, I just want to highlight points that are developments since the papers were issued. Firstly, our members received supplementary information this week, so you'll be aware from that of the announcements from Scottish Government regarding the potential of additional funding for local government. As set out in that supplementary information, that is clearly conditional upon the outcome of the UK Government spring budget on March the 6th, and also conditional on councils freezing council tax. So as I set out in that supplementary information, given that's still uncertain, I do not consider that has any impact in terms of the funding assumed within the budget report in front of you today, or the recommendations as laid out. 2 further matters which are developments just in the past 24 or so hours. Within the report, there is within section 10 information relating to the funding rate for our early learning and childcare partners. You'll have noted from that section that that refers to what was expected to be the position from Scottish Government regarding direction on a national uplift in the ELC rate. The report references an expectation of a plus 7.6% direction. I can confirm in the past 24 hours via COSLA, we have now had confirmation that that is the intent. So just to confirm, therefore, that the recommendation and the information within your report is reflective of what is now a confirmed position. And my final point, again, you'll note from the report and obviously from media, etc. this week, obviously the Parliament has debated the Scottish budget, and yesterday the local government finance order. What would flow out of that finance order debate yesterday is a final grant circular for all councils confirming their grant position for the next financial year. That hasn't been received as yet. That is not an issue as far as the report in front of you today is concerned. The report is based on the December circular as notified and further information, letters, clarification that's come out from Scottish Government since. So we will in due course get the grant circular. We will consider and reflect on that as officers. I'm not anticipating there'd be any material impact from that. The assumptions within this report are based on the best and available information we have. But just to highlight that point to you, because clearly there was a potential that as I sat here today, I may have had that grant circular and I may have been able to indicate to you what the implication of that was. I say there's no impact today. Many councils, of course, have already set their budget. There's not a requirement to have that circular notified. It is not unusual that the timing of parliamentary debate, of course, doesn't align necessarily with how each of the 32 councils set their particular meeting schedules, etc. So clearly, if there is anything that arises from this grant circular once known, that will be communicated to members. The grant position typically changes throughout the year. The Corporate Resources Committee, through the regular corporate reports they receive, will get any confirmation of any changes to grant that arises from that. So that was just 3 points I particularly wanted to highlight, given there's been some development or updates since the paper was issued. So at that point, I'll pause and hand back to the convener.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Councillor Bremner.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, convener. Thanks to the convener and members. Just before I present the budget on behalf of the Joint Administration, I'd like to move the recommendations, and I believe that the convener will be happy to second my motion to move. I'd also like to thank the officers and council members of the administration for their work in being able to present this budget to council today. Members, without a doubt, you'll know that local authorities are facing one of the most financially challenging times. In England, we've seen local authorities have to revert to special measures, and here in Scotland, we're aware of local authorities that are also facing a critical financial time. When we started out on the journey to review this budget at the end of last year, we did so knowing that it wouldn't be easy. We know that we still have uncertain times and uncertain outcomes that we have to try and accommodate. And they've been the same in other years as well. Pay awards, interest rates, government elections, with the inevitable unknown in terms of policy and policy changes. These challenges are a constant and represent the little difference to uncertainties we faced last year that a balanced budget. In October of last year, I referred to us facing an estimated budget gap at that time of 61.7 million, and we now have that revised. It's in your papers at 113 million over 3 years, with an increased in-year budget gap for 24-25 of 65.5 million. The detail is referred to at 1.6 of your report. The council is at the mercy, as you know, of funding streams that flow from the UK government to the Scottish government and then on to the local authorities. And members will note that about 80% of the funding for the council's revenue budget comes in from a grant from the Scottish government. Our concentration has been on dealing with the challenge rather than the apportionment of blame on which government has failed which to adequately fund which government or to adequately fund local authorities. I know how important it is for members of our Highland communities to see the continuation of services they consider important to them, even though they may not actually all agree in terms of the priority and the order of priority between those services. To some, it may be roads. To some, it may be education. To some, it may be health and social care. To some, it might be public transport or one of the other numerous services the council provides, and they are numerous and they're listed on the council's website. During the process of setting this budget, members have been faced with putting in place a number of actions that will mitigate the financial challenges we face in order to close the budget gap so that we can deliver a balanced budget. That is something we are legally obliged to do. No matter what decisions we make, we're aware that those decisions may be unpopular. However, the decisions we have made have been after a long and thorough process, after engagement with members of the public, meetings with organisations, stakeholders, partners, staff and unions, and briefings to all council members. The areas that the administration have been looking at and consulting on have been made available to everyone through presentations in a similar format to those that are in your supporting appendices, and members have them in their papers. Everyone has been welcome to make contribution and comment, and I'd like to thank everyone who took the opportunity to feed into that process for their contributions. That's also outlined in the papers, and it is substantive. In January 2024, Audit Scotland said councils recognise the risks ahead, but they need to innovate at pace and make difficult decisions about cuts to services to remain financially sustainable. It wasn't the first time that we've been reminded of that by both the Section 95 officer and by previous administration spokespersons. There's not a council that I know that wants to make service cuts that affect their communities, not in this administration, not in any other administration before us, and certainly not in the administrations of other councils, but sometimes it's a necessity to balance the books. Audit Scotland went on to say some councils have experienced opposition from within their communities when seeking to reduce services to balance budgets. That's not unsurprising. This reinforces the need for frank consultation and engagement with communities when planning change. That was something we were criticised for. That is exactly what this administration has been doing for the past weeks and months. The engagement process that we undertook is well detailed in the budget papers. And of course, at the end of the process, members have to consider all the information that's before them, including their own personal assessment as representatives of their own communities before they ultimately make the decisions. And that's not been very easy. This administration this year in this budget seeks to provide sustainability and confidence in the way ahead for the council. And that's why we're providing you with a 3-year budget plan. That plan commits to continuous improvement and to increase the pace of change within the council's operations. At the end of the budget process, members of the administration have made some pretty difficult decisions in implementing savings, but they have also made equally difficult choices in protecting certain services, even services that the public, during our engagement process, highlighted as areas that we may wish to look at for delivering savings. Regrettably, it has not been possible or affordable to continue to provide all the services that the council provides at the same level. And we are no different from any other local authority, not just Scotland-wide, but the UK-wide as well, whilst we're in it. However, members will note that there are a number of areas of considerable opportunity for improvement and for investment that's included in your papers, and on a more sustainable basis, given the fact that we are looking at setting a 3-year budget plan. It's not going to be a year-on-year plan that we're having to muddle along with, especially when it comes to the like of funding roads, even though we haven't specifically put a figure in this paper in terms of what that might be. I'd like to refer to a few areas of the paper in particular. The council's administration, after considerable discussion at COSLA, and with government ministers, is proposing not to raise the council tax. We've considered that Scottish Government funding to enable us to do this will, in effect, provide what would have been the equivalent of a 4.8% rise in council tax. And we have received confirmation that this will be baselined going forward. We believe that this will help our Highland communities and many of our most vulnerable during the current period of continued financial challenge that I referred to standing delivering this same budget speech last year. It's difficult to continue to protect our communities against the necessity to raise council tax, but I'm sure that the additional funding from Scottish Government to freeze council tax and to provide the funding to try and protect a number of services will be welcomed within our communities. Other local authorities have had no choice but to cut services, greatly reduce them, or even do away with them, which can have a greater and more negative impact on our communities and their most vulnerable members. To ensure that doesn't happen, after careful consultation with the public and after due consideration, we have limited increases in other fees, taxes and charges for particular services in order to ensure they are continued. Increases in some fees and charges, like car parking, contribute to a general fund that pays for other services to be delivered and ensures that they aren't cut. That's one of the reasons that we've had to look at increasing fees and charges. It's not something we've done lightly. It's something that we've done because we don't want to actually cut or get rid of those services. You'll see on page 23, section 12, the reference to the financial flexibilities. And if you manage to get your head around what the Section 95 officer was letting you know about those financial flexibilities over the past wee while, you've been doing really well. Briefings have been shared with all members, and there has been an opportunity to discuss these with the Section 95 officer, who I'd like to thank in advance for all the work that he's done in helping us deliver this budget at today's meeting. The Scottish Government has afforded councils a change in accounting rules, which will mean our reserves will now increase by approximately £68 million. Some of the local authorities have already used these flexibilities, but if we don't let the government know by the 31st of March, we lose the ability to be able to do that. Whilst this administration is proposing to agree to having these flexibilities benefit the council's reserves, the funds and the cost of financial impact of using them has to be considered very, very carefully. It's not the case that we can just dip into all those reserves and start funding our pet projects, which I'm sure we'll find out about in a minute or two. The fiscal flexibilities in year 24-25 are all based on specific and deliverable savings or income streams that the council has already made decisions on. Council tax on second homes and NDR empty property relief, or decisions in front of members today, including PPP accounting. The Scottish Government's own financial assessment put before Parliament suggested that income across the Highlands and Islands from a tourism levy could range from £3 million to £21 million. It's not unreasonable for us as an administration, given the Scottish Government's support in seeing legislation for a levy being introduced, to consider that the levy may be part of its financial planning. And now to the part that I would like members to specifically pay attention to. Highland investment plan. The references in the budget papers to invest £1 million per annum over the next 3 years to create an investment fund of 60 strategy. But be aware, we simply can't consider that with the reference to the council's reserves, the council has considerable financial ability to use those reserves without understanding the context. And to be clear, this administration will not endorse the continual use of reserves to mitigate the need to make savings and reduction in service provision on an ongoing basis that is unsustainable and seriously threatens the financial viability of the council. In drawing to conclusion, I have always indicated that despite the continued financial challenges to Highland Council, we will protect as many jobs as we possibly can. And I make that statement again this year as I've done in previous years. While staffing indications are detailed in the slide pack, 15.1 reiterates the Council's long-standing commitment and track record of avoiding redundancies wherever possible, and Council policy and process will be followed when staff numbers require to be reduced. One area I'd like to reflect on is the result that the amount of ring-fenced funding that we are directed to use by Scottish Government is now considerably reduced. Members will know that we have made robust and sustained representation through COSLA for government to recognise that local authorities need to have greater flexibility with grant funding and being able to deliver results. And I'm glad that government has listened in respect of this. You'll remember I was talking about this a year ago as well. Finally, this budget reflects on the work that we are doing with partners, particularly High Life Highland and NHS Highland. The budget reflects on continued support for High Life Highland in respect of supporting their planned financial commitments with reducing reducing reserves, Freudian slip on that one, support towards a surplus position, and that surplus position within 3 years. We are committing £20 million from reserves to work with our NHS partners to deliver essential transformation in adult social care, learning from proven success in improving children's services. We will have 3 years to work through this and deliver the change that we know the sector needs. Finally, I would again state that the budget this year and ahead is not going to be easy. There will be challenges in delivering these savings, but through change, transformation, and a willing determination, we will monitor and assess the progress regularly. One thing that will be different this year is a long-term approach than previous, delivering a 3-year budget plan that will support the process of change and transformation and provide greater confidence in being more financially sustainable. Thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Porter for the support he's given to the opposition in producing the budget. We have one amendment, Convener, which I'll move now, and it's moved on block, not separate paragraphs. It's moved on block and seconded by Councillor Stewart, which I think I've arranged to be circulated to you, and you've seen that. There's 8 elements, to my mind, for making a budget. You've got the base budget, which often just rolls forward from previous years. You've got assumptions that you make about pay awards and various other things. You've got pressures, so cost of living crisis, contractual inflation. You've got savings, which I'll come back to. You've got the fiscal flexibilities, and we're seeing new elements of that this year. And let's just look at the fiscal flexibilities. We're actually saying 10 million for the TVL, but there's no backup for that. There's no rationale as to exactly in this budget pack as to how that's calculated. We talk about the PPP. The PPP is akin to equity release on your house without getting the cash, because there is no cash with doing that PPP. It's a credit to your balance sheet. You then have to borrow to release that credit to the balance sheet, and that's in the administration's budget today. So that's in there. So the term that Raymond uses about not continue using reserves, there's about £18 million worth of reserves in this budget that are being used to prop up various things, another 23 million to close a budget gap, and 67 million to actually set up things like the 20 million reserve for the NHS, for the transformation projects and other things. So there is a continual use of reserves by the administration in their budget. We talk about the investment proposals. Yes, there's 1 million each year, but we're actually saying today in our amendment, we're going to spend that on St Clements. We're going to spend 30 million on roads. We're going to actually show and deal with it today as part of the budget cycle. So by voting for the amendments I'm moving today, we'll see St Clements at long last, get the funding it needs to go ahead. We talked about council tax, and the opposition notes that it's a fully funded settlement on council tax. And I think our disappointment is that a flexibility has been taken away from the council in being able to set its council tax and have it imposed by a centralist government in Edinburgh. And that's the biggest thing that really is disappointing about the council tax fees, the loss of power. When you look at a budget, you need to look at risk. You must look at risk. 3 of the savings in this pack, adult social care, the motor van and camper van, and the solar savings, account for nearly 20 million of 54 million worth of savings. Talk about putting all one's eggs in one basket, isn't it? You know, if any one of those fails, the budget is blown. We talked about budget engagement. Let's not make too much of budget engagement. It's always great when people do engage in any process. And this is the best response we've seen that I can recall from being involved in this council in terms of budget engagement. But phase 1 represents about 1.3% of the adult Highland population. So I've actually improved that by eliminating children. And phase 2, 0.45% engagement. So that's not at levels where we can actually say we've consulted everyone. Let's turn it on its head. If the report had actually said 98% of people did not engage with the budget consultation, would you be saying that's a good result? Of course you wouldn't. Little in this budget is about the cost of living crisis or poverty. I want to go through some of the savings proposals because I think it's important that ones that are mentioned are good. And of course, as the opposition, we're not in government in the Highlands. It's your budget. You have the votes to deliver today. Our job is to robustly scrutinise the budget proposals that you're putting forward, Raymond. We've come across with an amendment to give some alternatives in order to improve it. But fundamentally, even if you accept our amendment, which I don't think you will do, but even if you were, we'd still be opposed to the budget. But let's look at some of the things. The recycling of 2 million, brilliant. Mr. McKinney does a fantastic job for this authority, continually finding solutions and innovations and ways to deliver. And I think that's an excellent thing that we can all support. It's excellent for the environment. It's excellent for people. And it really is welcome to see that. The family first saving of 2 million, there's no depth in that. How many foster carers are involved? How many kinship carers are involved? Which children's home potentially might close as a result of this proposal? None of that's in the papers. None of it. The adult social care, shifting the balance of care, something we all agree on in this chamber, finding innovative solutions to address the demographic change of adult social care in Highlands. But there's no milestones in that paper. It talks about the strategic plan for the Highlands. Strategic plans have delivered nothing in my experience. It's the operational plans that deliver it. So strategically saying that we're going to do this, that, and everything will not actually resolve it at all. The primary school management of principal teachers. Actually, we talk about a 1.2% response for Highland consultation on engagement. You've got a 5 or 6% response from principal teachers on this saving. So on that basis, you should be withdrawing the saving of the principal teachers from this, because we've actually had feedback, extensive feedback from principal teachers. The corporate management savings, the strategic operation model, little depth, lots of uncertainty. We've got a fly sheet in the papers to actually talk very good words about it, but there's no explanation as to how it will actually be done. Reconfiguring schools, 900,000. Which schools are you going to mothball? And it says some schools will be closed. So which ones? Where's the honesty, the transparency within this budget on that? The procurement of 4 million saving. When I asked the question, only 1 million has been identified. The rest still has to be worked out. Yet there's a target in 24-25 of 2 million. So these are weaknesses in your budget that actually make me fear that in a year's time, we're going to be in a worse position than we actually are now. The social work procurement. The papers don't actually say that involves the Third Sector Alliance and Women's Aid receiving cuts. It doesn't actually say that in paper. Let's have some honesty, some transparency, some clear statements. That's where the saving is coming from. That's how it's going to be made up. Some of the income proposals are very, very ambitious, and I do hope they're delivered because it'll be far better for the Highlands, and we ought to see the best for the Highlands. But things like the camper vans and motorhomes, 1.5 million, 500,000 each year. £40 a pass. That means you're going to sell 12,500 passes each year, probably different passes each year, because I doubt it'll be the same people coming back all the time. Where's the basis of that? Where's the marketing plan? If this was the private sector, or which we're almost trying to be with this same proposal, how is it going to be delivered? The unique tourist visitor experience, to me, that looks like we're going to charge for parking at the Ness Islands. How unique is that? That's going to be detrimental to people. The increase in fees and charges, 4.6%, garden waste 2.5. So what are we saying is we're going to increase garden waste 2.5 and burials and cremations 4.6. I think we've actually got something wrong, right, the wrong way there when you actually look at it. Our amendment seeks to address these things. It acknowledges the discomfort with the early year providers by inviting them to come along to the Education Committee to make a presentation. It says we're going to do St Clements. It says we're going to do 10 million probably for the next 3 years, totaling 30 million on roads investment. It sends a pretty firm letter to the First Minister saying that, yeah, while there's less ring fencing, Raymond, we're actually being told we're expected to meet the government requirements. It's actually saying, why are you interfering in our ability to set our own council tax by imposing? It's actually clearly spelling out the areas that we are concerned about and the areas that show that we don't want to be penalised on teacher numbers. We want some respect in terms of how local government is treated. We want some honesty, some transparency. We want to be able to do our job because we're best placed, all of us as councillors, to actually work for the Highland community. So I hope today that you'll be able to support this. I'm really troubled by a lot of the lack of information in this budget paper. And I think really it beholds more information to come forward. Whether that comes forward on the 14th March, to me, is irrelevant. It should be here today when we set the budget. And on that basis, my colleagues will be speaking in further depth on some of these saving proposals and some of these investments. I do appreciate it's challenging times. I really do, and it is difficult. And none of us want to see any authority in that position. They actually say for a homeless, we're all probably 2 paychecks away from being homeless. I think with this budget, with the use of reserves and the lack of depth that we're actually seeing with some of these savings, we are not far away from actually mirroring some of these English authorities and actually going into special measures ourselves. Because some of these saving proposals, if not delivered, will put such a hole in this council's finances that it'll be difficult to come back from. So that's the comments that I've made on this budget today, and I hope you'll be able to support the opposition amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Convener, and my thanks to Brian and his team for all the work that they've done to date. I'll focus my response on the health, social care and wellbeing element of the budget. Fundamentally, our strategies underpin transformational change to deliver improved health and wellbeing outcomes for all. The proposals did not seek to improve health and wellbeing, were merely about saving money. I could not support them. Starting with procurement, the 600,000 saving arises from improved procurement practice working with Aberdeen City, Aberdeenshire Shared Services. The third sector are looking for longer term and more effective commissioning of services. This change will deliver that. Success will be measured by both improved outcomes and improved value for money. Moving on to children's services. Members will be well aware of the very successful Home to Highland project started back in 2016. This is now delivering improved long-term outcomes for the children and families and significant financial benefits. We're also building on our family first approach. This is expected to further reduce the need for placements due to increased focus on working with children and their families to remain in the home when safe to do so. The strategy will help to increase the number of foster carers and kingship carers, and the Family First strategy extends an already successful model of improved care and seeks to deliver a £2 million efficiency. Adult services. The changes to our service delivery model are detailed in the recently approved NHS Highland Council Adult Social Care Strategic Plan. The implementation of the strategy will be supported by up to £20 million from Highland Council reserves. And I welcome the 10.8 million of additional funding from the Scottish Government that will be passed through in full to the NHS Highland for its directed purpose. The bulk of the money is in relation to funding for an uplift of to £12 an hour for commissioned services. When the plan is fully implemented, it is expected to deliver the improved health outcomes and a £12.6 million saving to the annual budget. In financial terms, put simply, it is a spend to save project. In Highland, we have the second lowest balance of care as measured by the Scottish Government. This means too many people are going into care too soon and for too long. The adult social care strategy seeks to support people to live healthy and independent lives within their communities, where and when possible. It is relatively easy to recognise, but achieving the aim of people living better, fewer people needing to be in care homes, and also the building of appropriate housing solutions for vulnerable adults, then the quality of life will be higher and there will be significant savings. That is what the strategy is about. It is recognised that whilst change needs to happen at scale, with pace, there is also a very significant programme of work. This is why, as a council, we will be supporting the project financially through our reserves and, equally importantly, professionally, drawing on skills and learning our officers have developed while delivering the childcare strategy. We will also monitor its implementation via committees. The adult social care strategy reflects on how the workforce and services will be built around supporting people to live well at home and in the community. The plan does not sit in isolation, but is one of a number of codependent strategies, including the Highland Outcome Improvement Plan, NHS Highland Together We Care, Carer Strategy, the Highland Council Housing and Transport Strategies. Transforming services is not easy, but we already have evidence from our work with children that we can transform services, improve outcomes, and deliver cost savings. The plan delivers on our commitment to the adult strategy, provides financial support necessary to deliver improving outcomes for people living in the Highlands. I will be supporting the budget today. Thank you.
Councillor Baldry.
Thank you, Convener. As is evident by fellow members here, I'm not as adept and versatile at speaking as Councillors Bremner and Christie there. There is nothing in this budget that anyone in this room likes, that I'm quite sure. There is so much information and so much detail that it's almost a full-time job to try and get one's head around it. And it would be very easy to throw up one's hands and go, okay, I give in, this needs to happen. However, there's one thing that I would like to draw attention to, and I've been helped in this by emails I've had from various teachers, particularly Michelle Forbistier from Newton Park in Wick, who's helped to explain to someone who doesn't specialise in education just how vital principal teachers are to the running and the management of our primary schools. They are part of the senior management structure, and they do undertake direct management responsibilities. If you want to disincentivise the 70 principal teachers that we have in Highlands, teachers like Tim Perkins at my school in Invergowrie, who is passionate and dedicated.
Councillor Baldy, I'm going to stop you for a second. It is inappropriate for you to mention an individual member of staff by name in this chamber.
I apologise. All principal teachers undertake very, very valuable work. And I wish to move an amendment, which I have circulated to officers, which says the item on page 85, education primary management restructure, be removed from the budget. Savings which only begin to appear in the financial year 26-27 of an estimated 0.495 million be replaced by funding from the Future Investment Capacity Fund, currently showing 18.691 million of reserve, as this is an element of earmarked reserves that is not committed. This is information I have received from our financial officers. It's very difficult in the climate that we're in. For the last 15 years, we've had governments in Westminster that seem to think you can run a country on a shoestring. If you run a country on a shoestring for too long, you end up with a threadbare economy and a threadbare way of life, which is what I think we now have. I wish this to be a cross-party amendment. I throw it open to the room, although I have asked Helen if she will second it for me, which she will. Thank you, Convener.
Members, when another member is speaking, I would just ask for a bit of decorum. If a member's speaking and you want to get up just in front of them, kindly refrain from doing so until they've finished. It's more polite. And when you come back into the chamber, if there's a member speaking which is in eye shot, then I suggest you wait at the back of the chamber before you take your seat. So just as a courtesy to other members. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Convener. And I'd like to first of all give my thanks to Mr. Porter for the clear guidance he's given me and his very patient explanations of a number of things. So thank you for that. The budget proposals that we are faced with today, to me, once again, show that the Council has a complete disregard for the vital services that our education service provides. It shows that we seek to make cuts in the services that will affect frontline delivery, and the impact of that will be on some of our most vulnerable children. Year on year, this is an area that comes under fire when budget cuts are considered, and I've been fighting cuts to our education system for the last 6 years, but they continue. And I have to say that I'm very disappointed by some of the proposals that are contained in this paper, and I want to focus on two in particular. Firstly, I want to look at the EL3 and the cut of £450,000 from the ESL budget and the loss of 6 FTE. The slide on page 75 states that the context behind this cut is that the public has asked us to reflect on how we support children, and the committee have agreed on improvement. This improvement includes a reduction in FTE and a cut to the funding. How is that possible? Quite simply, the two statements just do not add up. We all know that demand for additional support is growing, and never more so than since the pandemic. But the proposal is that we cut funding to the very group that needs more rather than less. We're told the public will have greater confidence that the school system is catering for all children and responding appropriately to those who present with distressed behaviour. I'm confident in saying that is not the case for the parents that contact me, so I question who the members of the public are that would agree to that statement. Next, I want to move on to item E11. Excuse me, I'll just have to reset my computer a bit. Yeah, and I'm shocked with the proposal to remove the position of principal teachers in primary schools. The context of this is that members of the public asked us to consider our middle management structures, and that this is a proposal developed by our staff. Who, I ask, are these members of the public that made this decision? Is it some of the 1% of the Highland population that responded to the council budget survey, who also suggested increasing class sizes? And who were the members of staff? And from my inbox, I'm absolutely sure they weren't principal teachers. We're told that principal teachers in primary are not part of the management team and do not hold responsibility for discrete areas of work. Their role is currently solely about providing assistance. Now, for anyone who has not seen a copy of a principal teacher's job description, let me quote a couple of items on it. To demonstrate and share excellent classroom practices with other colleagues, have direct management responsibility for staff directly related to the areas of responsibility, be responsible for supporting the professional practice of allocate staff, assist with the recruitment of staff when relevant, assist with delegated budgets and effective deployment of resources, contribute to promoting a positive ethos within the school, working with staff, pupils and parents. The post holder will lead the continued development of curriculum of excellence across the core curricular areas with a key focus on the outlined developments according to the school improvement plan. Lead the continued development. Contribute to the ongoing process of school improvement planning and implementation. Have lead responsibility for development of early into first level programmes, including transition and collegiate working planning, and assist in monitoring and evaluating learning and teaching in the school. In what possible context does this not show that they have responsibility for discrete areas of work or are not part of the management system? We're also told that by removing the PT position, it will free up time for the head and deputy head teachers. Let me tell you that there are many primary schools who don't have deputy head teachers, and the work of the PT will fall solely on the head teachers, adding to an already more than full-time role. How does that up freeing up time? The proposal is to save £450,000 by year 3. Sorry, excuse me a second. By year 3, and the suggestion is that by year 3, more deputy heads will be appointed as a result of this change. What about the cost of these new positions, and how will that impact the year 3 budget? No information on that. The simple fact of the matter is that we are in danger of losing a vital post that is currently held by dedicated professional teachers who are fully committed to delivering the curriculum for excellence. And all this cut will do is to demotivate them and the work that they have been doing so well for many years, in addition to removing a natural level of progression for dedicated teachers. So I would urge the administration to remove these two particular issues from the proposal and seek alternative savings options that won't impact our children. Now, there are many other issues on this budget that I would like to raise, but time is not with me. And that being the case, I'll close by just reminding everyone that we are currently paying £62 million every year on loan charges. And we must start to address that as is simply unsustainable. And what a difference that would make to the proposals in front of us today. That being the case, I will call on the redesign board to look at that issue as a priority going forward. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. I'm going to focus on two groups, both predominantly female, and in my view, disproportionately impacted by this budget. The first group is the early learning and childcare partners that we have. That's our nurseries, be they private or charitable, that care for our children across the Highlands. They offer the wraparound care that allows us to go to work. They're essential for the functioning of our rural economy. These nurseries have been offered an 11% uplift, which on first reading, looks okay. Well, actually, that's off the back of a freeze last year. So that is effectively an 11% uplift over a 2-year period, a period during which the Scottish living wage has increased by 20%. And of course, we know about the increases in the electricity, heating, the food costs for feeding children in nurseries and so on. I fear for the nurseries, and I really have concerns about that. We have seen 2 fairly large nurseries close in the Highlands over the last 12 months. And I think we really do need to do better than that. The other point in early learning and childcare is that a 2% reinvestment amount has been set for them. Reinvestment is basically the amount that you would spend in a nursery on things that get broken, on upgrades that you require to do. For example, outdoor learning areas, baby changing facilities and so on. I visited plenty ELC nurseries, and I do not see how they can do that on 2%. So I absolutely welcome the proposal in the amendment that we ask our ELC nurseries into the next Education Committee to address us directly at that Education Committee so we can understand the pressures on them. My second point has got to be about teachers. Thank you to the councillors who have both spoken on this already. What is going on here in Highland? 70 principal teacher posts to be removed, really, at a time when our attainment is at such a low, at a time when the EIS has just highlighted to us that aggression and violence in our schools is almost at an endemic level, something that teachers experience on a regular basis. The relevant budget page talks about the context of us removing 70 principal teachers. It states, and I'll quote it, "Members of the public asked us to consider our middle management structures. I strongly suggest that when a member of the public talks about removing a middle management structure, no member of the public would have thought that that might have possibly included 70 principal teachers working in primary schools. What an absurdity. We're also told about that principal teachers are not part of the management team and they do not hold responsibility for discrete areas of work. We've received plenty correspondence on this stating the exact opposite. We have also received an EIS correspondence expressing considerable concerns about the possible removal of that post. Surely it's the responsibility of us as Highland councillors to actually go back to our wards, go into a primary school and go and ask the head teacher, our duty, ask the head teacher head on, what difference is it going to make to your school if you lose your principal teacher? What impact is it going to have on attainment? Will it impact staff morale? How are you going to manage, head teacher, to take on these extra duties of having your principal teacher removed? Only once we've done this, I think, could we be equipped here in this chamber to actually, wave through something like this. We need to understand this better. Lastly, it's already been touched upon, and thank you about the saving that we're looking at making off the back of these principal teachers. It's less than 1% of the sort of budget gap. It's a modest saving. Are we really saying that one of the ways that we're going to plug these gaps, this small amount of money, is off the back of 70 principal teachers, teachers for whom many entry teachers will aspire to become? Our teaching staff need our support. I'm happy to second the amendment, and thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Councillor Finlay.
Members, we know here in the Highlands we are facing many significant budgetary challenges. And over the last few months, we have been working extremely hard in collaboration with the public and all council services to deliver a 3-year budget to support the council develop a financially sustainable position. And I think the budget we have in front of us today does this. A number of issues have been raised by members today, and I would like to pick on some of the savings being proposed from within the education service. To set some context, it's important for members to understand that in terms of the education and learning, the funding of schools represents 27% of the council's total budget. However, if we take the whole of the education and learning budget, excluding High Life Highland, this amounts to 232 million and represents 32% of the total council budget. We all know the scale of the budget challenges facing the council, and this means that education and learning have to make savings too. But what is proposed is targeted. It's a targeted approach that will be developed in consultation with staff and schools over 3 years. It should also be noted that most savings are one-off savings, but are scheduled for delivery in year 3, which again in many ways protects education, as who knows what the political and financial landscape will look like in 2027. Also over 3 years, the combined council services are proposing savings totalling 54.6 million, and the education share of this is just 6.4%. In terms of some of the savings which have been identified, I will briefly try and add some context to these so members understand a bit more of the details of these. In terms of PBI rates, Highland Council has increased hourly rates for 2-year-olds and 3 to 5-year-olds by more than the Scottish Government expectation, which Brian referred to earlier, which was 7.6 increase. Increases in Highland are substantially more than that. This allows PBI providers to pay the real living wage to their staff and also invest in their settings. In addition, we continue to provide a meal rate of £3 per day per child. Also, many partner providers charge parents less than the rates we pay them for their funded hours. In terms of the configuration of resources in line with policy savings, and as part of the annual joint admissions process to our ASL bases in schools, consideration will be given to pupils who are required to remain in bases or who attend off-site provision. Any change will be managed as part of the agreed allocation process, and there are no plans to close any of our ASN bases or off-site provision because of this budget proposal. The total amount we spend on ASL is 42.5 million. The proposed saving represents 1% of this budget. With regard to DSM, the proposal on the paper is purely about the DSM scheme being amended to change the amount that can be carried forward from 5 to 2.5%. This brings the scheme into line with almost every other local authority in Scotland, and it will also allow the head teacher as budget holder to decide how best to make these savings from within the DSM budgets. Finally, in terms of the education primary management restructure, which I know has caused some concern, can I firstly say that this saving is in no way suggesting that our principal teachers are not making valuable contributions within our schools or to education across the Highlands. In fact, in my personal opinion, they, like all the staff in our schools, are doing a fantastic job, and they deserve all of our thanks. Also, I think it's right to indicate that the writing up of this proposal could have been done better, and I apologise for what the final draft looks like. However, it is worth noting that the LNCT job description that some members have referred to has been inaccurately portrayed here today by some members. Also, there will be no whole-scale change to principal teacher posts from August. This saving is to be achieved by year 3, which means there is time to take a measured and sustainable approach to implementing the change. There will be engagement with school staff starting well in advance of the summer break. And in fact, there was a meeting of principal teachers last night. Irrespective of any changes that may happen, the management time will remain with the school, and there will be engagement with the head teachers on the best way to utilise this resource. PTN ASN posts and PT posts in 3 to 18 settings and clusters will not be included at this stage, and any staff member whose status changes still receives 3 years conserved salary. Finally, as I've already mentioned, we have time to do all of this. We will be working with school staff to ensure we have a sustainable and supportive model in place going forward.
Councillor Grafton.
Thank you, Convener. There's an awful lot in this report that I could talk about. I haven't got the time. I am going to stick to it. I need to say 2 points. Councillor Crawford, I have also received a lot of reports from teachers and parents about the change of principal teachers. And to Councillor Finlayson, thank you very much for recognising that the report could have been better worded. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I need to talk on 3 items: family first approach, the redesign of adult social care, and the changing of the ward discretionary budgets. The principles and the ethos behind this budget, I am totally behind. The idea of supporting people and so on, yes, the ethos is brilliant. I am not happy or certain about the deliverability of it. Looking at the redesign of adult social care, I've included family first approach, and I'll explain why. But you're talking about 14.6 million, which is 61% of the savings that the council is looking for. NHS Highland haven't yet produced their revenue budget. I know from talking to Louise that there are severe problems with that. It's mentioned also about the Scottish Government about the council tax freeze, and that money is not yet guaranteed. It feels unstable, it feels unsure. Ray, sorry, I lost your second name for a minute. We are not different from any other local authority, you said. I think we are. The rurality, the amount of roads we have, the diversity of education, we are different, and I think that requires a different approach. So family first approach. In one of the boxes, you've examined the family first approach and the impact. Service users will benefit from greater use of digital solutions to develop more sustainable systems. I can't agree with that statement. Some service users will benefit. There will be other service users who will not benefit, who will need additional support for that. And the key principle that sustaining people in their communities is the key principle of this. That also applies to the adult social care. Sorry, turning over the page. Enabling those with significant needs to be supported in communities is key to our planning. That depends on the NHS. It depends on whether they can actually deliver their part of the bargain. It also depends on local groups. I know I am personally involved in supporting people who the system hasn't worked for. I'm thinking about social services and childcare. I'm thinking about education. If we cut our ward discretionary grants, that is inevitably going to affect the third sector and the third sector organisations. If they can't deliver, then that support is going to be needed from somebody else. So I'm questioning the whole sort of viability of this. The principles I totally agree with and I totally support, but I think it's a bit unstable. It's like the question is I'm asking, can we actually deliver this? Thank you very much.
Members, I realise that sometimes it's difficult, but it doesn't matter whether someone's a member of our staff or is a member of someone else's staff. You should not be mentioning them by name. Please take that into consideration with the rest of the probably lengthy debate today. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, convener. Good morning, members. Yeah, it's the 29th of February 2024. It's a leap year budget, and it should be read with a health warning because it's really a leap of faith budget. And that's the act of believing in or accepting something not on the basis of reason, or when you do something even though you're not sure if it's the right thing to do or will succeed. That's what all elected members here are being asked to do today. Members of the independent councillors of the Highland Alliance here weren't asked for their input. Yet we're in this cost of living crisis when every idea should be welcomed. This SNP-led administration said it got most of its information from the online survey. My question to you, on behalf of constituents and behalf of elected members, when will elected members see the information that was gathered from this engagement with the public that has been claimed as the source of so many of these great changes and cost savings? It seems that this administration was only interested in the public feedback in the online budget setting tool and not the feedback from elected members. If that was the case, we should all have been directed to the online tool rather than expecting that we were going to be introduced at some later stage. I welcome the input from the Chief Executive, from our new Chief Executive, Derek Brown, and from the senior management and officers of the Highland Council. I was delighted to hear a senior executive of this council talk to members about the removal of the treacle layers of bureaucracy from the Highland Council that only slows the process of this local authority. That's the part of large organisations which intentionally slows things down. And the best businesses and organisations make regular efficiencies and improvements to work smarter, not harder. And we would all welcome that. I don't look upon principal school teachers as a treacle layer of our school management. The classic example of spend to save is best witnessed in the road repairs. Failure to invest in the essential road repairs is only putting off the inevitable spend. And as I've said before, a stitch in time saves 6. when it comes to road spend. Delaying essential road repairs will only result in costing this council and all of its taxpayers 6 times more in the next years of 24-25 and 25-26 and 26-27. So this grossly underfunded roads budget, will from this point forward be a form of stealth tax on all motorists, costing each household and business that travels on these 6,770 kilometres of Highland Council maintained roads through your garage repair bills for damaged wheels, punctured tyres and fractured road springs and broken shock absorbers and expensive MOT bills. That's what we're telling the public they can look forward to. One motorist told me that driving around the Inverness city and area, their car's warning comes on saying you're going off road, turn on your 4-wheel drive, but they're not. They're on the main highways that are maintained by this council, maintained sadly in an underfunded way. So it's hardly welcoming for the tourists and visitors to our area if that happens to them. So I would like to see income generation. I need it to fund the replacement of long overdue bridges that need to be replaced, the widening of single track roads, the urgency needed for lay-bys to allow farmers and local businesses to go about their normal business without all the delays that they get every time the tourists arrive. Our job as councillors is to scrutinise the practices and procedures of this council. And the devil is in the detail of this 136-page budget document. And the devil is going to be in the delivery of this budget. It most certainly isn't a collaborative and all-inclusive budget with input from all elected members, because having spoken to many of them, they haven't been involved. Our constituents won't accept paying staff for 2 years after they've left this organisation. Are we clear on that? This council needs to be leaner and greener, and the public of the Highlands and Islands that we were elected to represent will not accept paying more in taxes and stealth costs, like in the costs of burials and cremations. If we're charging 5-star hotel prices, we better deliver 5-star hotel services. So if the public will not accept paying more for these and stealth taxes to this council, and if it perceives that there are more generals than frontline troops who are at the battlefront of frontline services, they won't accept that either. So let's get the priorities right. Thank you.
Councillor Partos.
Thank you, convener. You know what? In life, it is much better and much easier to criticise than praise. But I believe of praise when praise is due. In my 30 years as a councillor, this is one of the best budgets that I've seen, considering the lack of funds. The hours of work that has been put into it by many people, especially our staff, I want to thank them. It has been quite a journey to get here. I now look forward to our other budgets to make sure that my beloved St Clement's School is top of the list of schools to be built. St Clement's is a special school with different needs, and it should stand alone. Our precious children deserve better than what they have. I know we will do the right thing for them when the time comes. We cannot keep letting them down. That is not acceptable. But this is for another day when we are discussing the capital programme. Meantime, we need to agree this budget and go forward to make sure we deliver the best we can for our people in the Highlands. Thank you.
Members. Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, convener. Thank you for this budget plan. I've been thinking about this slightly more philosophically than usual. Being in the opposition has been talked about a lot. It's about thoughtful and professional challenge. And one recent example in Caithness, opposition councillors succeeded largely in getting the PSO restored at Wick Airport. The administration claim that this budget is the best example of public collaboration. I've got one searching question. I don't actually know the answer to it, but I ask you, Did you consult the 6 campaign or pressure groups that have sprung up around rural Highland, our patch? I'm thinking of the Corran Ferry Group, Save Our Services on Skye, Save Our Rural Schools, which must be, I think, a unique event in Scotland for 4 high school parent councils to get together about their concerns. Chat, Caithness Health Action Team, represented by my colleague, Councillor Gunn, over many years, Caithness Roads Recovery, and the most recent one, Encompass Caithness, the scandal of closing the Wick Children's Home and ending respite care at Thor House and Thurso. I would say that these organisations represent amber or even red lights flashing across rural Highland, and therefore I ask the question, were they consulted in this budget process? There are plenty of other things we could look at, not all absolutely this council. Gaelic funding, tree planting slashed by over 1 million trees, schools, DSM, the Ranger Service. The list is long. Our amendment gives you a route to some good news. Today actually is the day you could vote for a new St Clement's, not some other time. You can do it today. You can vote for the roads. The leader said, and what I thought was quite a thoughtful speech at the beginning, with possibly even a hint of contrition, that there's no specific figures for the roads in the budget. That's true, but there are specific figures from our own engineers. We need roughly 30 million a year to stand still. Even with the extra money that the opposition amendment is suggesting, it's still not enough to get to stand still, but it's better than nothing. In Caithness, we have 403 roads needing fixed. We can afford at present 17 of them. The principal teachers, let's not beat about the bush. It is, regrettably, a cut. That is the word for it. And they do a good job. Cutting ward discretionary funds and the Coastal Communities Fund, or top slicing them, should I say, is centralising power. It doesn't go down particularly well in the remote areas. And finally, a philosophical question. If you're a new councillor, which quite a few of you are, if you are a new councillor, ask yourself perhaps what's happened in the nearly 2 years since you got elected. Now, I don't want to totally depress you, but these are the realities. We haven't got any new schools funding. Our health facilities have been, quote unquote, paused, and there's certainly not going to be any dualling of the A9 or the A96. MSP Fergus Ewing understands this. I hope you do. This budget really can only be achieved on a wing and several prayers. To be fair, all budgets have an element of hope and ambition in them, and there are some good, genuinely, there are some good proposals in this budget, but there are some pretty fearsome risks that are being taken as well, as the opposition leader alluded to. So I would ask you, put aside your party loyalties. You can support St Clement's today. You can support an increase in roads expenditure. And as one of my ward colleagues recently said, you can put people before party. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh. Andrew.
Thank you, convener. Can I start off by, I think, welcoming back our leader. No one has mentioned that he has returned to the fold to protect his party, as he likes to do. We were disappointed, if not surprised, that it was a heart condition that took him away from us, because many of us here weren't sure if he actually had one. But thank you very much. We are, however, pleased to see you back. This is a challenging budget, of that there is no doubt. A challenge that we have to rise to. It is made more difficult because of the actions of our 2 governments, one of which in Westminster, which does not like local government, I would quite happily see it all go, and one in Holyrood that likes to spend the money it wishes it had, rather than the money it actually has. We've seen money wasted by this government on court battles with Westminster, sending people away on embassies abroad that we don't need, is not our responsibility, millions wasted on a deposit return scheme, and most of all, 350 million and counting on what is effectively a subsidy for the economy of Glasgow and its environs. Yes, away, we should be going quite soon. For that is what this ferry spend is actually about. It's not about ferries, it's about subsidising Glasgow. And we are all paying for it. And 35 million plus, 350 million plus, that would give us over 10 million to spend. That's the cost to Highland Council on this 300 million spent on, say the word, ferries. No money for roads, building new schools, or even for hospitals, but money for them. The leader said there's no point in pointing fingers and blaming governments. But unfortunately, the people of the islands will just blame us instead. And the blame does not lie with us. Unless, of course, you are protecting your party. We've had this budget forced upon us. An administration who will protect their own party and a group of independents who are quite happy to go along with them. Party of independents who very rarely vote against them. And it brings to mind that much used quotation of politicians from HMS Pinafore, which I will paraphrase: they're always voted at someone else's party's call and never thought of thinking for themselves at all. The council freeze was always going to happen as soon as it was announced. This administration was never going to go against it. And it doesn't really help those who are on the fringes of our communities because they do not benefit directly from it. Many of them will not pay council tax at all, but they will be affected by the services that we are trying to protect, but will eventually have to cut. They will pay the price for that council tax, as they have done in the past. And of course, I've got to mention special needs because that's my thing. So they're not even mentioned in the budget. They are pushed over to other groups to sort out. They are not regarded as special enough to dig into the reserve that we do for other activities. Respite, money for specialised services, support money for families with special needs children do not even come into our priorities. They need the money, and that money is not replaced by crocodile tears. This is a budget of priorities. The priority of this administration. Many will disagree with them. I, for one, do. And they are a political set of priorities, not the priorities of the people and the culture of the Highlands of Scotland.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, convener, and thank you to all the officers who have made sure we've had the information to know just how challenging this budget is. To have a 3-year budget plan is a good idea, but a lot of it is just moving in the dark because we don't have the information for it. I'd like to speak a little bit about the engagement for this particular budget. I don't feel we've reached the majority of the population or anything like it in Highland. I'm surprised that the results of the engagement have not had the voice of the very many groups that we've been hearing about for the last few years, particularly on the roads, because that's what our inboxes have been full of ever since this council was elected and a lot of the previous one too. Approximately 5 years ago, we were told it needed 21 million per year to keep the roads in a steady state. Unfortunately, now that steady state is not what we're at. We're actually a lot further beyond that. We need to spend extra money on the roads. It's very important to our communities because we don't have the public transport systems, but of course, many of them need the roads too. And are we going to see claims from the bus companies because they're going to have problems with potholes? We really need to address the roads. Moves are afoot, but we're not getting there quickly enough. On the climate change, there's some interesting stuff in there, and it's good to see that we're actually investing in climate change, or the plan is to invest in climate change anyway over the next year or so. the savings from that will take some time to come through. But I do think we have missed something on the private on our residential homes, our tenanted homes, because we have imposed on them air source pumps, increasing their electricity bills. And we haven't actually tied that in with providing solar panels, which would have helped all of our communities at the same time. It's encouraging to see interest in other alternative ways of storage for electricity that could bring in a profit for the council. But we do need to be cautious about this. Being first in, obviously, we would be the ones who would bear the brunt of any mistakes of technology that's not quite proven. So early adopters of this should be reached with caution. There's some interesting ideas in Annex 5 for the savings and the way forward and how we're going to bring in income to the council. There's no substance behind them. We don't know how it's going to happen. A delivery plan is due to come in March. It's only a couple of weeks away. Some information from that might have been useful to be included in this budget, because many of the ideas depend on the goodwill of those being asked to pay up the cash. The amount of investment before any saving can be achieved adds to the uncertainty. This budget I've read it several times. I'm still not given the assurance that we've actually risen to the challenge that we have in front of us today. It will be interesting to see what this delivery report brings through and if it can actually do that. But at the moment, I remain sceptical that actually we can achieve what we're setting out to achieve within this budget. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you to the leader for his introduction and the colleagues who've spoken before. I'm going to try not to repeat what other folk have said, but I want to start off with one thing. I find the information in the papers, there's a worrying lack of detail and specification of what's put before us. I'm just going to go through, I'm not going to go through make examples, but I think I think Councillor Finlayson touched on this with the principal teachers, where he I think admitted that the paper wasn't quite as good as it should have been. But for example, on page 80, digital innovation, we're looking to save 1.6 million in year one and 2 million over the 3 years, but it doesn't actually tell you how to do it. It does say initial cost saving projections may be too ambitious. I think that's true right across the board in the papers we've got for this budget process. That's just one example. I think the winner really comes on page 84, sustainable bus transport model. Now we all want better buses. We want to, if we're ever going to get folk out of cars, then they've had a good bus service. And this paper stands out because it doesn't tell you the cost avoidance. It doesn't tell you what's going to be saved. It doesn't give any information at all. That actually shouldn't be in the budget papers, Convener, because there is no identified saving. There's no identified cost. There's no identified cost avoidance. And it just doesn't tell you. Everything is TBC. So I think in item page 84 should just be deleted from the papers because it's actually a nothing. Primary management restructuring. I think I think I would echo what other folk have said. I think this paper should be withdrawn. I think Councillor Finlayson has admitted the paper isn't up to scratch. I disagree with him. I think the job description of the principal teachers quite clearly says they have direct management of responsibility. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think that this paper has no saving until year 3 at the earliest. I think this should be withdrawn, and actually we should treat the staff with respect and go back and have full and proper discussion. Not a meeting with head teachers last night, Councillor Finlayson. That is not good enough. I think this affects 70 to 90 of our staff, and I think this one I would ask the administration to withdraw it. Yeah, and then moving on swiftly, the procurement on page 104. Are we really going to save 2.6 million within the next 14 months through procurement renegotiation. It's not specified. It doesn't tell us how it's going to be done. I think this is where the risk comes in. Councillor Christie referred to risks in budgets. I think this is where the risk comes in, where a very generalised saving is wheeled out, and then it actually there's real difficulty if you don't know what you're going to do. There's real difficulty in making that saving. And finally, camper vans and motorhome charging is another example. On my calculation, by year 3, we need to have 37,500 camper van visitors voluntarily paying £40 each to this council, and that's net of the cost of collection and the equipment required. I would love to see it. I would love to have camper van visitors contributing more. I'd like some of them to behave more responsibly. Most do respect the Highlands, some don't. But I really think this is the height of optimism, this particular saving. I don't think it's going to happen. And for the visitor experiences on page 125, the saving requires significant capital investment from reserves and match funding from local area committee budgets and other sources. What are the local area committee budgets referred to? What budgets do local area committees have? I know say in Inverness, we've got the Common Good Fund, but that's under its own jurisdiction. But sorry, is that a point of order? Okay, right. I'll leave the running of the meeting to yourself, Chair. Thank you. So I think this. So that's a question for the administration. Perhaps the leader can go back and specify what the local area committee budgets are that are going to fund the local visitor experiences. I'm very happy to stop now. Thank you. Thank you, convener.
Just to confirm, I think Councillor Stewart was putting his hand up so he can speak in the debate. Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, convener, and thank you for this report and all the officers' hard work towards it. It'll come as no surprise to any of you that I don't agree with quite a lot in the budget. I do support some of the suggestions in it, but I'm going to actually specifically speak in one or two, maybe three things. Adult social care. The budget saving of 12.6 million and the spend to save. This will only happen if the NHA Highland take a bigger responsibility to improve their strategic and operational plans, which so far they haven't done, and they're running in crisis as well. Waiting lists for care at home packages is taking months to get in place. I personally have been contacted by numerous of my constituents. I'll relate a couple of them. One of them is the families is really struggling because she's looking after a parent who is doubly incontinent, has dementia, and she's been waiting over 3 months for a packaged care. Can't get them into a home because there's no homes available. There's no care packages available. She's getting elderly herself and is struggling. How can we help these people if we're going to do 12.6 million cuts? Another one is he's been waiting a long while as well. He has MS and he has cancer, and it takes him to late afternoon for himself to get out of bed because there's no care packages in place for him as well. And he sees numerous phone calls from the social services. They'll visit, and something will be put in place. To date, nothing has been put in place. He's also waiting a social care report. He has no family in the Highlands at all to help him. He's actually waiting a social care report to help him to facilitate moving back to South, where he has family. He's lost accommodation because this report hasn't been provided because of the delays. 12.6 million cuts is this going to really be realistic and deliverable in this climate where we're trying to keep people at home? I mean, how will the public be affected at page 78 with more creative community-based solutions found to care provisions, allowing people to live well at home for longer, improve use of technologies with support for families and community? It's not happening now. How's it going to happen with 12.6 million in cuts? Also, the care workers, there's a shortage of resources. This is all I keep getting told when I phone. There's no resources, there's no resources. Of course, there's been no resources with the wages we're trying to pay care workers. Care workers can get paid more working in supermarkets, so they can, than what we're paying our care workers. We need to look at this so we don't. I don't believe it's achievable of 12.6 million cuts without people being suffering more than what they are. I will now go into PTs, the removal of 70 part-time PT teachers. This post was created to advance teachers' skills and a pathway on their careers. This is going to stop teachers going up the career path. They have responsibility for management and other delicate tasks in the schools. I don't know how it's going to make head teachers time more, improve more. It won't. It'll take up more teachers' head time if PTs are removed. I have actually seen their what do you call it? Their job descriptions. I have seen their job descriptions, and it is quite lengthy, and there's a lot of managerial tasks in there. Doing away with 70 PTs is absolutely ludicrous. I think when this public were asked about the removal of middle management, I don't think they were speaking about teachers. I think they were speaking about middle managements in other services, and possibly even in this building itself, where it's very difficult to get to who you want to speak to. You go through layers and layers and layers. Middle management, yeah. I think we need to look more at the operational side of things and the ground force rather than PT teachers and the adult care services. Thank you. And I support the amendments.
Councillor Loudon.
Thank you, convener. I've got a minimal amount of time. First, I'd like to thank my fellow councillors and all the officers involved in assisting us to bring this budget before the council today. There's never been a more challenging budget for any administration to prepare. I was going to thank the officers by name, but I won't do that. The head of corporate finance, the head of policy, and the head of the comms team. I'd like to pass on in particular my thanks to all of them. Different members are looking at different aspects today. So I'm going to focus on how this challenge has arisen and try to answer the question, where has all the money gone? We know that Brexit cost the Highlands 90 million a year, and also loss of market access and loss of a lot of the staff who were helping, particularly in care situations. COVID, huge pressure on the NHS, and that pressure is continuing. It isn't something that's gone away. COVID finance, the Financial Times reported about a year ago, there's a loss of 150 billion on the way that we chose to finance the furlough scheme during COVID. So that money has to come from somewhere, and it's coming from other budgets to pay for that cost. This was followed by the cost of living crisis. The cost of oil and gas and food and electricity, all of those have gone up. The particular problem I've been looking at is the electricity price, and Ofgem's responsibility for that. The cost of electricity in the UK is higher than it is anywhere else in Europe. There's no excuse for it. Something should have been done about it, but nothing has happened. Higher inflation has led to pressure on wages. Wages are rising, and that affects the council. Interest rates can't come down because electricity prices haven't come down. What have all of those things really got in common? They're not things Highland Council controls. They're not things the Scottish Government controls. All of those things are controlled in Westminster. So that has to be factored in here. I don't want to talk about this in a totally negative way. What we've tried to do in the budget this year is reflect a little on the hope that we can start to see for progress in economic development. The Inverness and Cumbernauld Firth Green Freeport is going to create jobs. We've already seen the start of that investment from the Sumitomo factory. We look forward to more of those things happening. We also are looking at positive steps that the council is doing to try and generate income. I will fully accept that they're ambitious, but we have to have ambition in the situation that we find ourselves in. We're looking for £113 million in savings over a 3-year period. We have to be ambitious. So the last point really on that, in terms of income generation, we need the power of general competence. When somebody doubles the price they're charging us, if we can deliver that service ourselves, we should be given that. And that's something that the council leader in particular has taken up with government, and government are starting to listen. So I hope that you're accepting of that. And the last point I'd make before I sit down, we can make money from generation of renewable energy. I'm glad to hear that there is support for that. I hope that support is across the chamber and that it's sustained so that we can see a much better future for the Highlands in the years ahead.
Councillor Ross.
Okay, I think this is my first speech. Thank you, convener. Firstly, I want to take this opportunity to thank our Chief Executive, Head of Corporate Finance, and all the other officers and staff who were involved in the input of what can only be described as a mammoth undertaking at producing a balanced budget, which we have before us. Being the new kid on the block, albeit a rather aging one, I was waiting for the chief exec or the head of corporate to step out holding a iconic red briefcase and present a memorable budget and a bit of a drama with it. Anyway, there was no iconic briefcase, but it is a memorable budget. And maybe many of the members, their performances will be adding to the drama. Budgets hold special significance, usually unveiling plans for the next fiscal year. But what has happened here is we're presented today is a plan for the next 3 years, addressing a gap of 113 million. So no mean task. It is a considerable challenge in relation to implementation and delivery. They're key. Efficiencies and savings. Well, we need to achieve these. Things need to change within council, let's face it. If we keep on the same trajectory of model of service delivery, we will only dig ourselves into a bigger hole. Change is needed. That was echoed on the doorsteps
as I was canvassing way back in October. As the report by the head of corporate finance has stated in the papers, that with the scale of the budget gap being faced, the council needs to take strategic, transformative and a multi-year approach to its financial challenges. I actually found that very wise and very sensible. And Mr. McIntosh, Councillor McIntosh, I do think for myself. This being my first budget, I was encouraged with substantial engagement by the public, council members, and of course, council staff. And I did hear somebody say that there wasn't a lot of engagement. I know that the door was always open for people to ask questions. And all of this happened over months, not just a few weeks. Through the whole process, we were encouraged to ask questions and often reminded by not just the chief executive, but by the leader of the council and also by our convener here, that no question was a silly one, because I probably asked a lot of silly questions. Interaction was so important. And during these budget meetings that we had, many questions, debate and wrangling was entered into, but it was good, it was needed. We need to change. What is before us today is a balanced budget, which will set us on the right path, hopefully. We all need to take ownership of this budget and work towards its delivery for the people we are here representing, our constituents. We owe it to them to build a better and stronger Highlands. And the future starts here today, actually. And I support this budget. Thank you.
That's a balance.
Thank you, Convener. I must start by saying I think Councillor Alden must have seen the motion that I lodged yesterday about the importance of the general power of competencies. I very much hope it'll be debated at the next meeting and that you'll support it. Thank you, Convener, and thank you, officers, for all of the immense hard work that has gone into this work. But Convener, an alien from another planet looking at Annex 5 would assume that the best thing that could possibly happen to Highland Council would be to have its budget slashed. Every cut would appear to bring benefits, and it won't. The result of this budget will be that public services will be worse. The work of members will be harder, and the workload on council staff will be greater and more stressful. The rosy glow from this document is false, and unless you are a Tory determined to pay less tax in order to get worse services, this budget is inevitably bad news. But I do accept it's forced upon us by a Westminster government determined to reduce public services even at the cost of public bankruptcy, as is happening in England, and a Scottish government flailing for votes from the middle class. And indeed, when I see Humza Yousaf quoted as he was a couple of days ago saying there is no need for council tax increases, I can only assume he's on the same planet as the alien that I mentioned at the start. Freezing council tax benefits the richest in our society most, and by reducing public services, it hurts the poorest most. Tax reduces inequality, and it enables the public sector to invest in public benefits. No one likes paying tax, but tax is good, and it is necessary for community cohesion. But we are where we are, and Council Leader, I accept that this has been a hugely difficult task, and I really do not particularly envy your task in doing this. My sympathies go out to you. But my trouble with this budget statement is we have not enough detail about where the cuts will be and how individual people in need are going to be affected. This will all be in the delivery plan next month. But how can we vote today without knowing what that entails into the delivery plan? I have no doubt the senior leadership group has a cunning plan, but I have no idea whether it's better than the cunning plans of Baldrick and Blackadder. I welcome much that's in this document. I welcome the increased role for the third sector, but how on earth are they going to fund it? There's no mention of that at all. And there's much also in here that we would support. Avoiding compulsory redundancies is important, and thank you for committing to that. Raising fees is clearly a sad inevitability. Trying to persuade motorhome visitors to give something towards the upkeep of the area whose beauty they are enjoying is clearly a good idea, if an optimistic one. And personally, I'm delighted to see the prospect of a solar PV joint venture with the Inverness Common Good Fund, something that I've been advocating for behind the scenes for several months. We are at last seriously developing Highland-owned renewable energy systems, enabling the community, the council, to take a share in the huge profits being made by generally foreign-owned developers from our land. And thank you, particularly Chief Executive and Deputy and the climate change team for the hard work that is going into that. A Highland-owned bus service, more community transport, yes, absolutely. And the fiscal flexibility, yes, that's something that is necessary. But public engagement, which has gone into this, is good. And it's great to encourage that. And it's great to encourage the public to get involved as much as possible. But the difficulty, of course, is that the public that engage in a system like that are the articulate rather than the hard to reach people who need our services most. And overall, there simply isn't the detail needed to assess the impacts of the proposals before us on the people who need public services the most. The £1 million loan facility, which will, I understand, release up to 15 to 20 million pounds per annum in capital investments, looks good on paper, but schools or roads, our roads desperately need investment, our schools desperately need investment. Which are we going to prioritize, our roads or our children? And that is a question which is left hanging at the moment. I very much hope that the minor amendment suggested by my colleague Andrew Baldry will be, thank you, will be accepted. The posts of principal teachers are protected for 3 years, so the savings over the next 3 years is going to be absolutely minor. I hope that that is a change.
Thank you, Chris.
That can be accepted. Thank you.
Councillor McCain.
Thank you, convener, and thank you for allowing me to contribute to the debate. Adult social care services, as we know, although public may not, the council provides funding to NHS Highland for the provision of these services. We have to deliver the services in the current plan. We are told these commitments will create a significant financial gap over the period of this plan, and it is not sustainable. We will have to change and improve the situation, we are told. We realise this situation must be reviewed with the NHS Highland over the current arrangements. If discussions are already happening, we must continue urgently to address the longer term issues here, as there is going to be a potential significant financial gap over the period of this plan that the council will be offering, we are told, from reserves up to 20 million to help top up the service. The council is not going to be able to continue like this to provide additional funding for adults social care by the NHS Highland. Well, we do have some good news in amongst this, that there is additional funding for a £12 per hour uplift for commissioned services, service staff, and some more for personal and nursing care. However, we are looking for change and transformation. Is there a blueprint elsewhere in other local authorities that they are doing that we could look at? Should we be deciding we have to change the arrangement we currently have as it's not working or sustainable? Thank you.
Councillor Jarvie, Barbara.
Oops. Thank you, convener. Well, I'll try not to repeat what other people have said because a lot of my points have been covered. Really good points coming out today. Well, for trying to score a gold star, Councillor Finithing meeting with principal teachers last night. Too little, too late, I think, after the staff survey that we heard earlier this year, the independent one. Engagement really should be paramount if you value our most precious asset in Highland, and that is our teachers for our young people and our families. Perhaps we need to ask them about the budgets, where they see wastage, where they see lack of value, and what could be improved. Plus, where do they need support? They got gunned down in the papers last week for not marking things correctly. And then this week, I really think we're being quite derogatory to them, and it's awful. Who would aspire to be a teacher in Highland when you don't have the job security to climb the ladder? We want good head teachers, good deputy teachers, principal teachers. It was a really good idea as that stage to create that strong, confident deputy teacher and confident head teacher, and you're taking it away. They also supported the people between them. They are the glue in your schools, the glue stick that holds the new teachers, the ones below them, the PSAs, the parents, the liaisons. I mean, look at the list on the job description that we've been sent. That is ticking a lot of boxes, and to take all those boxes out, who's going to cover that? You know, it hasn't even been said where those roles are being redeployed. You're just going to overload these teachers, and it's a workforce that is retiring early, which is sad. We're losing that expertise of valued, excellent teachers, and we need them to be mentors to our younger new teachers. That's if any will stay in Highland, because they're all going elsewhere. They have to go elsewhere to do their teacher training, as it's very limited at UHI, and they don't come back. And we're talking about depopulation as a common word across all the communities. What a way to go for depopulation. Hit your schools, you know, and our healthcare we need to support in a different way. I still do not understand this Highland model of Highland Council and the NHS. And I'm seeing double jobs going on here when I see that strategic committees, it's all NHS, as it should be, because they are the expertise. Let them get on with it, and then funding comes through Highland Council to go to the NHS. So we're not seeing that money because it's for them, and we're drip feeding it to them. So let them manage their own budgets as they did, support them better. I totally supported the adult services strategic plan that came out, but I did comment that it needs the support and the funding to make it work. And at the very foundation of it, and remember, foundation, nothing goes forward without a foundation, is community-led support for prevention and community self-care. So we're relying on charities and our public to make that entire project work. So we're relying on these little charities in our wards that we give our ward grant funding to get them going. And you've cut our ward grants. I seriously thought they were going to rise because they'd be more valued than that for ward councillors to pick up on these little projects in the areas that will help the people in their own community. Fund it, that needs funded, not axed, or else it is not going to work. And the same with our partnerships. That's only got a year funding. That really bothers me that that's not going to go forward. And this strategic adult plan should be part of that partnership that we can support, and you're not funding it. So the pride in public engagement in Facebook surveys when people aren't engaging because people are despondent with the track record of Highland Council budgets. The camper van scenario, well, let's invite more big, heavy, fat camper vans to trail around
Barbara,
the
you have
North
to wind
Coast.
up now, please.
500, but we don't have a budget for the roads. We're sitting on reserves, even going into the Citizens Advice Bureau, pay your debts first. And St Clement's really needs to be a priority.
Convener,
Just a quick test. Can people online actually hear me after me making a slight faux pas to allow you to have your lunch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Bill.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, can we call the roll, please?
Thank you, convener. Good afternoon, members. So, members in the chamber, ask you to confirm your attendance by pressing the green button when the lights start to flash. Thank you. Thank you, members. We'll close the vote now. And then going around those members participating on Teams, confirm their attendance. And I'll start with Councillor Bruce, please. Councillor Cameron.
Present.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Afternoon, present.
Councillor MacDonald.
Present.
Councillor Mackay.
Here.
Councillor McLennan. Councillor McAllister. Councillor McGilvray.
Here, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Here.
Councillor Morrison.
Yes, here, Stuart.
Councillor Nolan.
Present.
Councillor Saggers. Councillor Sinclair.
Present. Yep.
Thank you, members.
Councillor Guns, you've already spoken, so you only get to speak once in debate. Councillor Guns.
Thank you, convener. I will restart. This budget has been challenging, but I'd like to begin by thanking the Section 95 officer and the other officer team for their professional guidance throughout this process. It's been a very carefully constructed budget, and it reflects the very difficult financial position that we all face together as a council. I want to mention the transient visitor levy. This is being progressed through the Scottish Government. We've estimated that the amount generated for Highland will fall somewhere between a very broad range of £3 million and £23 million. However, it's reasonable to assume that the benefit to our region could be in the order of £11 million. Of course, a key factor in determining the actual amount will depend on how members of this council decide how best to implement that policy in future. An attempt has been made to minimise the importance of that the administration has placed on producing a well-informed budget. We have reached out across Highland using a broad range of communication platforms over a very prolonged period of time. We have asked the public to let us know what they feel is important to them. We have engaged with every person in Highland to ensure that everyone has had the opportunity to respond. That is engagement. That's reflected in the response. We've had over 2,000 people respond to a range of questions. These have been analysed and synthesised and further informed by a very significant 500 people who have taken part in the budget simulator, a task that involved a great deal of commitment because it was a really difficult task. This is empirical evidence and it has informed the budget which is before us today. It reflects the priorities of those that matter, the people that we serve as councillors. Are some members of the opposition really suggesting that these responses have little or no value? The opposition seem to conveniently misunderstand that the allocation for the roads budget beyond the base budget will be determined at a future meeting of this council. What we're being actually asked to agree today is the quantum that will cover roads, schools and a whole range of other projects. And I would have thought that should have been quite clear in the paper. But I'm pleased that everyone understands the very real challenges that we face. We need to work together, and it's well worth considering that there is more in this budget that we agree on than we disagree on. But however, I ask members to support this budget as presented by the council leader. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, convener, and thank you to all of the speakers that have spoke before me. I'd like to pick up on a point that Councillor Browner, the leader of the council, made in his opening remarks, and it's about not apportioning blame in this budget. And I think there was a first for everything in this council, and that was a very eminently sensible statement from the councillor. There's no point in pointing the finger; it's not helpful to our constituents or indeed to this council. And another first was Council Fitness and accepted responsibility for the education. I think this is a really positive thing. We've got to acknowledge that this budget is suboptimal. I think the word that I would use to describe it is, and having that acknowledgement that it's not all things to all men is really important. I think in order to make the best of it, you have to have that realisation. But it only took us maybe 2 hours in the debate before certain members of Chair of Resources was up doing the Westminster bad, Tory bad rhetoric, which again is not helpful. But I'd like to pick up on some of the substance of this budget, which is really concerning to me, and I know that it's troubling to many within our communities. The first one's the closure of rural schools for £900,000 saving. From looking into this a bit more, I understand there's between 20 and 25 schools in scope of closure for this saving. And, our more remote and rural schools in our fragile areas are the ones that keep our community together. So the glue that holds our communities in place. And, closing these schools to save £36,000 on average is going to kill a community. The school is the heart of the community. It's where people gather. No young family is going to move to an area that's got no school, a mothballed school, or indeed a school that's under threat of closure. So, it's a real loss to the Highlands. It's the identity of a lot of our more peripheral areas that are under threat here. So this is, a real cause for concern. Moving on to the community regeneration funding and then the ward funds, top slicing an additional 10% off of this. It's not top slicing, it's a cut from local budgets. It's an attack on localism and local decision making, and it's not good enough. Our communities rely on this funding to fund a lot of really good projects. In my own ward, I've seen firsthand the benefits that these funds deliver. And I don't understand how this administration can claim that changing an already inflated administration budget from £200,000 to £400,000 isn't any way an efficiency. It's just taking more money and centralising it else. Where the community regeneration funds through coastal communities provide a lot of benefit for economic growth and development. It's often used to leverage match funding for local projects and make sure that some of these projects do indeed get over the line. Now, going on to some more of the education issues, we're looking at the principal teacher cuts in this budget. And, I think putting things in more sort of real terms here is probably the best way to explain it. We are seeing in this paper the administration proposing a 1% efficiency cut, to make the council a bit more efficient by 1%. Now, looking at the cost of the principal teacher funding here, if we were to increase this efficiency and be, as it says on the wall, ambitious, it would require a 1.16% increase in efficiency to protect the roles of our principal teachers, something that I think many across our chamber have received representation from our hardworking staff in our schools, as well as the representatives in EIS. So, it's these kind of things where I appreciate it's not an easy circumstance to set a budget in this climate, but I do think that the administration hasn't gone far enough in protecting the things that matter to our communities, such as roads, such as schools. Now, I'll pick up on a point from Councillor Gowans and indeed Councillor Bremner on the transient visitor levy. You know, a lot of this budget is stacked on things that are coming through the Scottish Government. I would say that, you know, we've got to approach this with caution. We've seen what's happened with schemes such as the deposit return scheme, the HPMAs and the GRR. These are things that have came through the Scottish Government and have failed to make it over the hurdle. So I think, you know, banking on these projects and investing money into this at an early stage is not without its own risk. And convener, the final point that I'd like to pick up on is this motorhome levy. Or the stickers for the motorhomes. I think this, to be frank and honest, is an absolute nonsense. You know, we're asking people to pay £40 to have a sticker on their motorhome, and that's going to bail it out of a budget hole. But the behaviour that we're seeing in our communities is irresponsible tourism. And I think when people filled out that budget simulator and that questionnaire, and they rightly ranked tourism and motorhomes top of the list, they didn't think the council was going to say, please pay us £40 to park in our laybys, park in our cemeteries, take water out the standpipes, saw up fences, benches, and burn it for a barbecue. That's not what people expected. So I think, you know, we've got to look at this and say that's not what people were wanting from this, and the council could do a lot better. This budget goes nowhere to deliver for our communities, our schools, or our roads.
Councillor Rosie.
Thank you, convener. Members, I feel we should recognise and continue to develop the unprecedented levels of engagement that this budget process has enabled for our communities, staff and elected members. As each of those elements, we've heard it today, they have been a core part of the budget process over the past 5-6 months. And in my 7 years as a councillor, I've never heard such an informed and understanding public than we have now as a result of this engagement and budget process. So we really do have to encourage that and you know, continue that process. Two things have surprised me so far with the debate. The first being the outrageous claim that was made by my colleague, Councillor Rees, in regard to the recent PSO funding announcement for Wick Airport. You know, on Monday this week, it was the first occasion where I heard a conversation that involved opposition councillors to even contribute on the topic. And, you know, an explanation was provided about the amount of work that had gone on behind the scenes, and that was by council leader and council officers, and it was a tremendous amount of work. And they did, in fact, I have no doubt how successful that process was down to what their contribution was. And I really do despair. We should be, many of the older members, or sorry, that's not the right term to use, if you've been in this chamber in the last term, you will have seen how we work together in Caithness. It makes me despair where we are right now. So we need to build on that. You know, it's a continual grabbing of headlines instead of improving budget lines and providing meaningful proposals and actions. So I hope we can see a change soon. The second thing, but I was glad that to be proven wrong. I was hoping we'd get a bit more discussion around climate change and renewable energy. Councillors Balance and Loudon and Robertson helped me out with that. So it's such an important opportunity for me. And looking at page 138 and generating income, you can see by the start that we're going to make, it really is a safe bet. I think there are a range of other opportunities, but the point remains, this is the start of us developing a Highland investment plan. And I've no doubt people will appreciate the fact that we're creating a 3-year opportunity here, and we can engage with all the stakeholders that I mentioned earlier. So I hope that will see us create energy parks. And by that, I mean that we can utilise the 4 elements: solar, excuse me, wind, hydrogen and battery storage. We need to address some of the issues. There are fears being expressed. There's fears being expressed in this chamber around that. I think the majority of the ones that we heard are unfounded, but nevertheless, we need to engage with people and provide the understanding and give them a degree of comfort around that. I think we've now got an opportunity to work closer with industry and business. as a result of this budget. I know today in my own locality there's an engagement going on where renewable generating companies are able to engage with some of the organisations there, and that is about understanding how we can leverage more opportunities. And many of these, if we get them right, will provide real and meaningful solutions to many of the issues that we all speak about, fuel poverty and many other things that affect our Highland communities. So today, the key for us, I think, is about creating the right message, sending a message that Highland Council is open for business. We're taking a very different approach here. There's no doubt in my mind about it, and we've got to support it. We've got to give officers a clear message that officers and staff that we support them, and we will do whatever it takes to provide that support in any way possible. So it's all about ensuring that we strengthen partnerships with institutions, business and industry. So please support the budget and let's get on with it.
Members, just before lunch, when I broke the system, Councillor Jarvie mentioned that Councillor Finlayson was actually attended the staff meeting that went on last night. That's not correct. This is an operational meeting. It involved only members of staff. And to the best of my knowledge, Councillor Finlayson was not there. So just want to make that plain. Next, Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, and thank you for the budget papers and all the work and consultation that has gone into this. I wasn't going to speak today, however, I am just a wee bit concerned about some of our colleagues in the opposite side of the chamber asking us to spend the money we are freeing up from the revenue budget on capital projects. We're here to talk about the revenue, that's my understanding. I would also ask you to heed guidance from the convener when councillors are referring to individual cases and local issues. The Highlands is small, our communities are small, and we need to be very cautious about identification, and it's something I feel passionately about. NHS and pay was discussed this morning, and Highland Council pay. I just want to remind people that the Highland Council and the NHS pay higher levels of salary. If we had more money, we would pay more than our private sector colleagues, and equally our terms and conditions are more advantageous. But basically what I want to say is that we all want to improve the support and improve and support the health and well-being for all citizens of the Highlands. And we do this by supporting the methodology in this budget. Improved procurement, ensuring best value from and for the public purse. And in Highland, we operate, just to remind some of our colleagues, that we are a lead agency model, so we are, again, different. And the NHS Highland are commissioned to deliver our adult and social care service, as we are the lead agency model, as described in the paper. 12.6 million represents less than 10% of the NHS funding. And we are supporting our NHS colleagues with 20 million from reserves and upstream funding. So we are committing to supporting health and social care, and that councils the length and breadth of the United Kingdom. Everybody is struggling in that sector, and we won't go into many of the reasons why. A lot of work into developing the strategy and implementation of the strategy has gone on, and just to remind colleagues and myself as well, that this is regularly and will be regularly monitored by the GMC and the Health and Social Care and Wellbeing Committees, and no doubt other committees as well. We are also working with our value and much loved third sector interface, and you know, not one council I've ever met does not rate the third sector and the contributions and the learning we get from them. So we are working with them. And the most successful transformation of any organisation is achieved by working with staff and achieving solutions that work for our rich and varied communities in the Highlands. The adult care strategy reflects how the workforce and services will be built around supporting people to live well at home and in the community. And I feel I've got to reiterate what my colleague Councillor Fraser said, The plan does not sit in isolation, but is one of a number of codependent strategies, including the HOIP, the Highland Outcome Improvement Plan, NHS Highland working together, and the carer strategy and the housing and transport strategy. Everything that is mentioned there has been mentioned by colleagues across the chamber, whichever flavour of political flavour we are. Transforming services is not easy, but we already have evidence from our work with children that we can transform these services, improve our outcomes and deliver cost savings. That's why I am supporting this budget. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, convener. First of all, I'd like to welcome all the hard work over many, many months by the officers and the fact that so many members of the public took the time to take the budget challenge and could see the incredibly hard choices that have to be made in a budget such as this. I wonder how many members here today were able to successfully balance the budget simulator themselves. One of the most inspirational things I think about this budget is the fact that it doesn't just look to cuts, but it looks to income generation. And I believe that as budgets from central government become tighter year on year, that it is down to us to improve our own finances for ourselves. It's the only way to retain quality service delivery. I thoroughly welcome all the efforts for income generation, especially when it comes to the energy generation. I'd warmly welcome this budget and I would recommend to all members to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Willis.
Thank you, convener. I just want to focus on a couple of smaller points in the budget and thank officers for all the time that has gone into this. I welcome the increase in parking tariffs and the extra income this will bring. The proposal is to raise the minimum tariff from £2 to £3 across all council car parks. But why not £4 or £5? If we're going to raise the minimum parking charge, let's do it properly. In Loch Harbour, we have been discussing parking tariff increases and the benefits the income could bring to our area for over a year. But we are yet to see them eventuate because the capacity is currently not there to implement them. To implement the new tariffs, the parking team needs increased capacity. I gather this is going to happen, although that is not clear in the budget report and perhaps needs clarification going forward. And on the area discretionary budget, like Councillor Grafton, I am very concerned about the 10% cut to the area discretionary budget and the Coastal Communities Fund. These funds provide essential financial support for communities, enabling local projects. Back in 2010-2011, before the previous period of council tax freezes, I believe that the ward discretionary budget was almost 60,000 per annum, plus another almost 5,000 to develop services for young people. It is now 16,000 a year and about to be reduced by another 10%. The budget highlights the increased role of the third sector, and with the cuts proposed across a range of council services in this budget, the demands on and the need for the third sector and community groups is only going to continue to increase. But where are these groups going to find the funding they need to support the essential work that they do? The small saving to council from this cut to the ward discretionary budget will be a big loss to communities across Highland. Perhaps it could be reconsidered. Thank you.
Councillor Logue.
Thank you, convener. I'd just like to speak predominantly on education. Firstly, talked a lot about principal teachers. I'd just like to add one element. At the opposition briefing, we were informed that the proposal would improve career progression in teaching. I'd just like to read out a short excerpt of correspondence that I've had on this topic. A head teacher told me it would remove a vital step in the career progression structure, leaving those with any ambition to progress competing for headships with no ability to verify their leadership potential by having worked as a PT. So the administration has responded to criticism of this proposal by saying that it's a 3-year process and that we'll see what develops over that time frame. It seems to me that response is somewhat indicative of the entire budget, that the administration is happy to take the savings figures at a top line level and leave the substance to a wait and see. Secondly, again, keeping on education, I'd like to talk to Councillor Christie's amendment. We've all received representations from ELC providers. So again, I'm going to quote some of it. We were promised a more positive experience in terms of engagement with Highland Council following a very difficult period for PVI last year. Unfortunately, we're again left feeling very disappointed and undervalued. They go on to detail meetings, that some of which were promised and then cancelled at last minute, not even last minute, cancelled while they were ongoing. And they end by saying that they find themselves in the same situation as they were this time last year. So what does the amendment seek to do about that? It seeks to engage with them, bring them to the Education Committee where they can make representations. Now, I've not heard whether Councillor Christie's amendment is going to be accepted by the administration. I hope it is. Perhaps doubtful though. I kind of struggled, and it kind of reminds me of the December meeting that we had where Councillor Crawford brought forward an amendment regarding a report on the relationship between attainment and school buildings. That seemed to me a very reasonable request. This seems to me a very reasonable request. Some of these modest, very modest requests that we kind of keep seeing, they keep being rejected out of hand by the administration with very little reasoning behind them. We know that PVI representatives are feeling undervalued. We know that their experience of engagement has been less than constructive. So what exactly is the harm in inviting them to address members of the Education Committee? I'd be really interested to hear what is the reason not to do that. If the administration is so confident that the PVI package is robust, and we've heard that it is robust, we shouldn't be afraid to hear from the providers themselves. So I support Alistair Christie's amendment and I support Councillor Baldwin's amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you very much, convener, and thank you to all the council officers for their efforts in preparing the budget papers for us today. Like all members, I think this is a difficult day, but there have been many such days over the past years that I've been on this council. What we've not heard today from the opposition is an alternative budget, but we've heard cherry picking on specific proposals which will get them headlines. Now, I've had the fortune or the misfortune over the years to be on both sides of the camp, and I can assure you that neither has been easy. I clearly remember a former Liberal council leader repeating many times that to come up with an amendment, you should have an alternative method to make a similar saving. But we don't seem to have any credible alternatives before us from any of the opposition members today. So budget setting has never been easy over the years. And I would agree with some members that this year is probably especially difficult. Can I just refer briefly to the education side of things, and just to clarify, just for any doubt that still exists out there, there will be no wholesale change to principal teacher primary posts from August, and this saving is to be achieved by year 3, which means there is time to take a measured and sustainable approach to implementing change, and the timescale laid out in the papers today allows that. There will be engagement with council staff starting well in advance of the summer break. And in fact, as we now know, there was a meeting, as the chair stated, with PTs and representatives this week. Now, irrespective of any changes that may happen, the management time will remain with the school, and there will be engagement with head teachers in the best way to utilise this. PT, ASN posts and ASN basis, PT posts in 3 to 18 settings and clusters will not be included at this stage, and any staff member whose status changes still receives 3 years of conserved salary. Schools may also consider if they wish to use their PEF funding to maintain a level of principal teacher posts within the school, and current PT post holders will be encouraged and supported. to undertake leadership training, which will equip them to move on to other promoted posts, such as deputy head teachers and head teacher posts. And as the council are keen to grow our own talent. And part of the review will also be looking at developing career pathways for all primary teachers who wish to progress. Now, as already mentioned today, we have time to do this, and we will be working with school staff to ensure that we have a sustainable and a supportive model in place going forward. Now, Councillor Stewart, for example, referred to rural schools and the communities that they surround them, with no mention of what effect, of course, every small school role has on those children's education. And let's make it quite clear that schools will only close if there are sound educational reasons to do so. And for example, 3 children perhaps in a school doesn't really provide a good educational experience, and most people would agree with that statement. Now, no one from the council's administration attacked the teachers' marking efforts referred to by Councillor Jarvie earlier. In fact, the administration praised the teachers' efforts in the council papers and acknowledged the excellent work going on in our schools. And maybe just touching on Councillor, previous Councillor Councillor Logue, sorry. There has been good work going on with the schools, and I think that perhaps some of this information could be contested quite easily by our council education officers. So, Convener, thank you for allowing me in just now. And as you may have guessed, members, I will be supporting the budget today. Thank you.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, I'd like to start by putting across my support and thanks to the officer time that's been given to the opposition in helping us prepare for today, especially the time of the Section 95 officer, the Chief Executive, and the Deputy Chief Executive, who gave up an entire day to help brief us on this budget. So I think one thing must be highlighted that in response to Councillor Miller's comments just then, that in order to make an alternative budget, we would probably need an equitable amount of time as opposed to just the one day we got. And I'm sure he'll be supporting the opposition when we ask for that time for next year. And I thank him for his votes of support in advance. Councillor Ross, I'd like to thank you for your comments. I think for the first time speaking in this chamber, you set yourself a very high bar to meet in the future, and it was welcome. Councillor Stewart, you said that finger pointing is probably not helpful. Well, I'll respectfully disagree. I actually think one of our key roles in here is to highlight where other governments are getting it wrong, something that Councillor Bremner highlighted in his remarks. He said, which government is to blame for the mess we're in? Well, the answer, in part, is clearly both. Neither of them has given this council or other councils around the country the appropriate powers and long-term funding, which, while expecting us to deliver long-term transformative change based on their priorities, not ours. This is highlighted by the administration's paper in section 1.4, where they say that the budget gap increased by 5 million after the Scottish Government grant settlement. And in 7.9, that there's a significant reduction in using ring-fence funding, but with an expectation to deliver the same amount of services. This is not fair, this is not equitable, and we need to continue making representations as a cross-party group that we need to change that. One of the themes that I think has come out from people across our side of the chamber is that actually I think there's quite a lot of positives in this budget. I was expecting to hate quite a lot of it. I hate less than I thought, but I'm actually really worried about the deliverability of a lot of it. So sorry, Raymond, it's not all positive, but a quarter of the budget savings come from working with NHS Highland, an organisation we do not have full control of. And Councillor Fraser mentioned the word codependent, which was an interesting choice of word, because codependency means a relationship that is dysfunctional and damaged, which I'm sure is not what you wanted to highlight to my employer. The secondary issue is that we're preparing to try and save 23% of our total budget package in an area of social care, which we know is being transformed by the Scottish Government in ways that I'm sure we will all disagree on whether that's a good or a bad thing. But to me, we're putting a quarter of our eggs into a basket that we do not fully control, that is going to be changing. And just even if I agreed with all of the things you said, I would really worry about 23% of the total savings being done in an area like that. Councillor Finlayson, you said the education cuts are targeted, and yes, we agree. We think they're targeted in the wrong place. We think that principal teachers are not the area that we'll be cutting, and we'll be supporting Councillor Bulge's amendment. You rightfully apologised for saying that the paper was unclear in its description of principal teachers linked to management, and then said that we were being unclear on the job description. I'd like to highlight that currently online, in line 1 of the principal teacher job description, it mentions the words management straight away. Councillor Loudon, you suggested Brexit and the EU were partly responsible for the difficult financial situation in the country. Again, I agree, but it's interesting to see that neither Brexit, the EU or the European Union is mentioned once in this paper. If it's so important, why were the impacts not analysed? Councillor Gowans, you mentioned that there's good community engagement. I think in general, I would agree, there is more community engagement here than there has been before. But a specific area I think we could probably look at is that there's only been 39 community groups respond. We know we have 156 community councils. Even if we assume all those community groups that respond with community councils, it's about 1 in 5, 1 in 4. And I think that given how much our community councils give us valuable information, it would be something to look at in a review in the future. Councillor Rosie, I think you're right to highlight the importance of climate change, and I'm very pleased to see how much of this budget focuses on climate change. But again, I do worry that we're putting 10% of the savings into a very solar panel shaped basket, which solar panels are very sensitive supply chains coming from China in an area where minorities are being persecuted and is a very difficult geopolitical relationship. We've seen that the Ukraine crisis impacted massively on our finances. I worry about 10% of things coming from one area. And Bill is suggesting I should wind up, so I'm going to stop. Thank you. Yeah, I'm well behaved.
Councillor Darby.
Thank you, convener. If I could start first off for a question for Brian Porter. In terms of the PPP rollout, or rather the refinancing of it, is there any deadline that this decision needs to be enacted by the council? Because my concern is that it's fundamentally a question of risk reward. This is a very, very big risk that is making a lot of assumptions about the future here and now, when in terms of future, we don't know. And the reward is very little, if I'm being honest. It helps ease some budget pressures in year, but the unintended consequence of that is that for each £1 million that we are saving in this year's budget, that is then incurring further expenditure in future years that actually we could have a knock-on impact of possibly millions of pounds per year in missed capital programmes, because effectively you are removing an amount from the revenue budget that in previous budgets would have been a zero, but that is now occupied, so it makes future capital projects a bit more difficult. And I'd just be very concerned about doing it here and now, just simply because of the reality that we have seen budget after budget in the last 3-4 years, where every report that comes forward says there's going to be some massive deficit, and then we get the annual accounts at the end of the year, and we've seen 3 times in a row now massive surpluses, massive deficits turning out into massive surpluses. And to me, that says there's something fundamentally wrong with the assumptions that are going into the calculation throughout the year to ascertain. So for me, given the risk that this faces in the future, is there any possibility that whilst we may agree in principle this saving today, but if the annual accounts in June point to there being a surplus for this year, that actually we would look at not enacting this? Is that possible to do in that timescale? Another issue I have is just this wanting to generate revenue, but really failing to grasp the reality of it. Because we talk about we want to generate revenue, but we've not got this house in order. This council wants to compete with the private sector, but we can't even, think like the private sector. If you want to compete with someone, if you want to take a market share or fill a space that's been left behind, what is this council doing in its culture and way of operating that says it can in any way compete? It just doesn't work. there's no business that I'm aware of that's sitting in their meetings talking of how painful it is and how awful everything is and how tight things are. Yeah, things have changed, but there's never been more opportunity to take place. I can recall only a few years ago, this council seriously explored the possibility of its own energy company. And I mean, thank God we didn't. We've seen what happened to all the councils who did that. But at the same time, any business that was unviable in that sector has gone bankrupt. It no longer exists. And there are now dozens of examples of how not to run such a business. At the same time, all of the major companies are saddled with unfathomable amounts of debt from the pricing crisis and inflation. So if actually any new company was to come along in that sector, you'd be free of debt, you would have a dozen of examples of how not to run your business, and you'd be able to operate with margins that everyone else in the sector would be jealous of. And this is just an example of, for me, where this council is going wrong. Because in that example, there's never been less risk to take on risky endeavours. But all this council can see is how much risk there is and how uncertain everything and how awful everything is. So if this council seriously wants to embrace commercial endeavours, it's got to act commercial. You don't make money if you're scared of money. You don't make money if all you think of is what if I lose? What if something goes wrong? For any commercial generation to be even remotely successful, there needs to be a fundamental mindset shift throughout this organisation to make it possible. And until then, it's almost not worth bothering. But the opportunities are there if this chamber is willing to actually make the change.
Right, you had a question.
Thank you, convener. So Councillor Jarvie, you're asking us particularly about the timescales. So as the report in front of you today sets out, it has always been the case that it's only financial years 22-23 and 23-24 within which the PPP accounting flexibility can be implemented. Scottish Government have already issued the new financial circular, which withdraws that flexibility and reinforcing that 1st of April 24, what were the normal and predecessor accounting arrangements will apply. So there is only the narrow window we're currently in, which is 23-24 to elect to use that flexibility.
Councillor Gunn.
Thank you, convener. I welcome the report and acknowledge the hard work that has got into it. I just want to say a few things about the adult social care savings. I know it's been covered, but there's a couple of things I want to mention. Obviously, I welcome the investment, but I'm concerned about the 12 million savings. I agree with what Councillor McEwen said about the problems trying to get care at home or any kind of care, and I know plenty of folk who have been unable to get any care at all. There is a huge amount of folk needing care, probably growing by the month, and not forgetting the problems with bed blocking and a large growing waiting list to get a place in a care home. How are the savings going to work? There's £7 million saving in the first year. How is this going to improve services without hurting folk, and what services will folk lose? Will care packages have to be cut, and what will the position be like in 3 years' time? We heard from my colleague Councillor Rees. Things are so bad that a new campaign group has been formed in Caithness, which represents over 30 families, highlighting the problems they have trying to get care and respite in the north. I know there is a lot of good work going on to try and improve the care service across the Highlands, but I don't see how a £12 million saving will help. And finally, I wasn't going to cover education, but I want to highlight a problem we have today, not further down the line. I was just informed when we were at our lunch that Thurso High School has been evacuated because of a problem with a roof. And now this is a different building than the one that was condemned last year. So it just highlights the ongoing problem we have with school buildings. Thank you.
Councillor Baird.
Thank you, convener. And I'll just take up with the roads issue. We'll see that the budget is recommending 30 million be allocated to the roads, but we have up there in Caithness some 403 roads, only going to get 17 of these roads seen for approval in this coming year. Likewise, in Sutherland, there's well over 280. We're only going to see 10 roads done there. I came across here from my own constituency over the Struy Road, B9176. This is becoming an absolute nightmare of potholes. But further to that, ongoing for the best part of October 22, we have had damage to the High Bridge, which has really incensed our constituents. There have been temporary traffic lights there costing £90 a week, and it's only now that we've got round to going to have these repaired as of next month. So a whole month, the Struy will be redirected through Edgerton. It will be an ongoing closure to get those repairs done. But once again, there is another traffic system down the cattle grid near Strathrory. And once again, traffic lights here, that would be costing £90 a week as well. That's been going on for some weeks. It's time that some of these jobs were done sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Councillor Baldry, you have the opportunity to wind up on behalf of your amendment.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Usually I'm not sure which McLean it is that's going to speak, but thank you, Lead Convener. Members, there's no doubt that setting this budget for the coming year is challenging. There are no easy choices to be taken, and as others have stated, the situation will not improve over the term of this council. I'm concerned with the lack of detail within the proposals, a point my colleagues have made already, but I wish to focus on recommendation 18 in our amendment today and on the children and families of St Clement's School, and the lack of any mention or reference to the UN Convention on the Rights of Children in the paper when setting the budget. In the Butte House agreement between the SNP and Green Party at the Programme for Government, there was a commitment to produce a strategy to mainstream equality and human rights, a strategy to embed equality, inclusion and human rights across the public sector, improving how we centre equality, inclusion and human rights in all of our policies, decisions and spending. Councillor Finlayson said in his opening remarks, we don't know what the situation will be, what the financial landscape will be by 2027. While St Clement's is one of the 5 schools mentioned previously that will have £100,000 revenue investment in them over the next 5 years, the situation in St Clement's is dire, and they can't wait 5 years for the possibility of building a new school. Councillor Fraser made comments about the carer strategy and also, sorry, you were nearly away there, and also about the well-being of families and the Family First redesign. Where can that be more seen than when we look at the children and the families of the pupils in St Clement's? St Clement's, as many people will know, is not a school for Dingwall. It's a school for many communities throughout the Highlands that go there. And I know that some officers have been there recently to see the condition of the school. But we as corporate parents have a duty of care to every child, and you are aware of that. But given the situation that we have, and as Councillor Finlayson said, we don't know how that will improve by 2027. I think that the recommendation 18 asks for a proportion of the investment fund towards the phasing of development of a new St Clement's should be strongly looked at. The parents' comments when they were told previously at committee that St Clement's was not going ahead, their comments were it's not fit for purpose and lacks the most basic facilities. Highland Council places no value on the well-being and safety of our most vulnerable children who are already greatly disadvantaged compared to their peers in mainstream. 12 years ago, we were promised a new school at St Clement's, and we're still waiting. And that was comments that was sent to us all as local members at that time, and as the rest of the committee. As a ward member for Dingwall and Seaforth, and my ward colleagues will confirm, we agreed that in the previous term of the council, that it was a disgrace, the state of the school, and we would do everything within our power to ensure that a new St Clement's would be built. So far, through this last few years, we've got as far as procuring the land, and that's taken some time. But we can't leave any stone unturned, and I ask you all to look at the proposals in front of you, the amendment that we have put forward. Budgets are a clear sign of our government's values, and it lets us as Highland Council show us today that we are committed to the most vulnerable children and families within our community, and I would ask that you support this amendment. The leader of the council in his opening remarks said that we want to protect the most vulnerable, and I think my closing remarks are there are none more vulnerable than the pupils and families of St Clement's. Thank you.
Councillor Bolton.
Thank you, Chair. Just to return slightly to my finishing comments previously around the whole issue, the elephant in the room, we're all arguing, we're all squabbling about whether this is a good, a bad, or an indifferent budget. The elephant in the room is there is not enough money. There's not enough money coming from central government in England, because for years and years, the Tories have been putting the message out that tax is bad. I wish to promote a book by Richard Murphy called The Joy of Tax, and I would ask our gentlemen friends from the press, if they've got any contacts down in London, please get them to read it, because it's very important and very interesting.
Andrew,
leaving that aside,
stick to summing up.
Thank you. I'll get there.
And I'm sure Amazon will give you a percentage of the additional book sales.
Leaving that aside, of all the difficult choices there are in this budget that we are faced with, and I'm sure that none of us want to do any of it, the one thing that really sticks out to me is the demotion of a dedicated range, small number of people who give their lives to helping create the next generation of adult young people. I seriously ask everyone in this room to look at themselves and with confidence, please, I ask you all to vote for my amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Christie.
Yes, thank you, Convener. It seems a long time, but we've had quite a reasonable debate on this, and I'll just sum up on some various points. Councillor Fraser, I think you must have swallowed some management speak dictionary last night, because we were talking about strategic plans, transformational change, outcomes. What the people want to know is are the packages going to be cut? Is Mrs. Smith, who gets carers morning, noon and night, going to see a reduction? Is Mr. Jones, who gets a learning disability, going to see a reduction in his package? That's what people want to know. And to actually say the strategic plan will solve everything, and Councillor Coburn, that it will link in with many other plans, not really helping the people in the community that want to know about their own. And Councillor Coburn, you mentioned, I thought we were here to do the revenue budget. One of the biggest items in the revenue budget is the capital charges for it, the loan charges. And one of the proposals in your revenue budget is to establish a sinking fund for capital. So that's why today we're moving 18 and 19 that relate to capital spend. Councillor Finlayson, Councillor Miller, you talk about principal teachers. John, you said they're doing a fantastic job, such a fantastic job that they'll be gone in 3 years. You know, that's the reality of the proposal as it stands. Such a fantastic job, such a fantastic role. We don't need you in 3 years' time. Your post will be deleted. Councillor Miller mentions an alternate budget and savings. The two
proposals we put down here relating to spending money, we've actually said, convener, where the funding is coming from for them. And as I said way back this morning, we are not the government in the opposition. We are here to robustly scrutinise the budget that you are putting forward. It's not up to us to come forward with a full-blown alternative budget. It doesn't happen in Holyrood, doesn't happen in Westminster, doesn't happen in the Highland Council. Councillor Ross and Gowans, you mentioned engagement. 98.5% of people did not engage with phase 1 of your consultation. 99.5% of people did not engage with phase 2. That is hardly comprehensive, robust consultation exercise or engagement exercise with the public. If you got less than 2% of the test, I think your attainment would be pretty poor. So that does not address that. St Clement's School, we have the opportunity today, the 29th of February, leap year day, to actually put a smile on the faces of families and children within the Dingwall area and those other areas that go to St Clement's School. Not jam tomorrow, Councillor Patterson. We can actually make the decision today. Just imagine if we made that decision today, what message that sends to the vulnerable people that we are trying to support. It will give them hope after such a long, long wait, as you yourself acknowledge. And we have the ability to sort that today. Will we take that opportunity, or will we let it run through our hands for another day? I hope we actually sort that and grasp that opportunity today. The roads has been discussed, and we know that we need additional money for it. I hope that our amendment will be accepted today, and I hope, Councillor Balance, that the Greens for once perhaps won't sit on their hands, but will actually take part and support the opposition to get something that actually we want to see, that will actually benefit vulnerable people. Or will you sit on your hands on this? We'll find out very, very shortly. Today has been about change, but the biggest weakness of this budget is quite clearly the detail. It's nebulous, vague, hazy, obscure, indistinct, unclear, indefinite, murky, blurred, formless, and featureless. Do I need to say any more? There is no detail to it. Very few of the savings have got the backup to justify they will be achieved. But through taking this amendment, we can actually sort out for once some people that are vulnerable and inject some much needed money into our road spend. Thank you.
Councillor Bremner.
Thank you, convener, and I'm glad that Councillor Christie didn't hold back in what he thought of our budget. He summarised everybody, quite a lot of you, and what you said in 5 minutes flat. But thanks, convener, and thanks, members, for your polite and measured responses today. I think that it has been a good debate. I really believe that the papers have given a comprehensive overview of the intent of the Council's administration. My reference, and the reference of many others, is to the revenue budget for 2025. You mentioned it at the very beginning of this council, convener, about the fact that we're here to discuss the revenue budget and not the capital budget. That was discussed in September last year. The proposed amendments talk about the capital programme again and seeks to support one particular school build project with a report coming to the next possible meeting of council addressing the securing of funding for the other 3 schools named. Given the representation from the communities of other schools, I would imagine that these communities and their elected members would have something to say on why their particular school is not the named school to be built. The council already has a capital plan, as I mentioned, agreed last September. Any use of the revenue budget, if we agree it today, can later, soon, complement that plan. That is the same for roads. And I know that there are folk in here who are going to go right out to the newspapers and they're going to grab those headlines about the 403 roads in Caithness that need fixed. They don't all need fixed. Do you know, Caithness, the 403 roads is a planned maintenance and repair list that we asked to be built starting in 2018 to now. And that's why we have such a list. That's how we know what we're actually going to be doing with the money when we get it up in Caithness. I've made copious representation to government ministers in my job as leader of this council, including the Deputy First Minister, in direct conversation in respect of council tax. That's my job. I talk directly to other ministers, including the Minister of Transport, on matters like the PSO for Wick and the Corran Ferry and roads, including the dualling of the A9 and many other matters aside. I have made representation on what options were available to us as a council during this budget process, including setting the council tax at a much higher rate and having that baselined and compounded annually going forward. These were options to us as an administration. The government has already had plenty of representation from me on freezing council tax, believe me. This administration has made a conscious choice in representation of council tax, and the only way that I see that a freezing council tax will make any financial plight worse will be by not setting it higher. That's exactly what we could have done, and I see no amendment proposed to do that. It was the same last year. The opposition brought forward an amendment to use 1% of the council tax rise to borrow and fund roads, which we actually provided for in the budget at that time, but they didn't want to raise the council tax further. They wanted us to use part of the proposed council tax rise at that time and replace that cost from the reserves. That's what you asked us to do. But they didn't say what they would do with the continued budget pressure that would then cause in the following years. What were we to do with that? Take that from the reserves as well, Councillor Christie. The fact is, you need to make firm, sound considerations in respect of council tax that protects our communities, the services we provide, and the financial future of our council. There are many points in this budget where questions were asked in respect of the operational delivery. The operational delivery will be more clearly addressed at the March Council. We've said that in this paper. With reference to the reserves, they are clearly detailed at 16.4, with 47 million non-earmarked and 112.7 earmarked, including the approximately 68 earmarked in terms of PPP. There is no free money in reserves. It's there for earmarked use or in case of cases. Over and above the reserves, we have to create income streams if we want to pay for anything further. In terms of the ability for members to be engaged, Councillor McPherson, I will personally arrange for you to be copied with every engagement email, opportunity, whether online, in person, briefing note, etc., that you received to be sent to you again. My question is, how many folks here took to social media and encouraged members of the public, community groups, organisations, businesses and others to take part? How many of you all took part, your friends, your families, etc.? The responsibility lies with us all, and we don't make decisions just based on that. So stop quoting me the figures. We already knew what we were doing with that. We didn't take it and use it as the be-all and end-all to set this budget. A number of councillors referred to the proposal in respect of principal teachers. This is really important, folks. To follow on from Councillors Finlayson and Miller, no redundancies will be made. Teaching posts are not being removed. It's funding for a half day per week, non-class contact time that's under review. And it's important to stress that many schools currently don't receive any such support right now. We have 2 years to undertake the review of the current provision, and this will involve teacher representatives from across Highland. This will be a genuine opportunity to develop a collaborative solution which considers best practice in Scotland and further afield to identify ways in which we can assure all primary schools are properly supported. I would also add that one of the key aspects of this work will be to develop improved career pathways. A member mentioned in their contributions, principal teachers are a vital step in the leadership journey. If that were the case, we would not have so many unfilled deputy head teachers and head teacher posts in Highland Council. We do. In terms of school closure worry and impact on depopulation in communities, can I draw members' attention to the February Education Committee, where agreement was sought and given to move to a statutory consultation on the permanent closure of Durer Primary School. So we will be starting that process. Agreement was also sought and given following the review of the statutory consultation exercise for the closure of Gergask Primary School. It will now be considered by the full council. If ratified, it will go to the Scottish Ministers to emphasise these decisions are based on educational benefit. Councillor McIntosh. I absolutely know that he was having a wee light-hearted moment. And can I thank him for his well-meant comments when we had a conversation outside. I know you're a bit like me, and you said it at the break there just now, that sometimes my mouth gets ahead of my brain, and then everybody else doesn't quite get you. I got you, and so no apology required. I even posted the very same comment that you made about me on my own Facebook page, that I actually know I've got a heart because I saw it on the telly. Councillor Robertson, we share a very good view in terms of roads. Councillor Graham and others in terms of principal teachers, I've covered that. Councillor Willis, in terms of parking, we can talk to you about that later on. I could carry on, and we've taken all your points on board. I've taken all your points on board, and I thank you very much. I agree with Councillor Christie. It's been a good debate. But for me, the holistic view of our budget proposal, supported with the operational review on how we will deliver it at future council meetings, is the right way to go for us. So I commend the budget to the Chamber. Thanks very much, Convener.
Thank you, members.
Order. Is it possible to, as this is important, as the convener says that the principal teacher issue is going to be under review?
No, I'm
does that
sorry.
mean that
I'm
it
sorry.
will happen?
We've got to this stage of members summing up to their motions, and that's where we are. We are now going to the vote. Sure. We will be taking not the two motions again, the two amendments against each other. We will take each amendment separately against the motion.
So thank you, convener. So yeah, just to confirm, members, we'll take the two amendments that have been forthcoming against the motion. The motion is from the council leader, seconded by the convener, and that's to move the 17 recommendations in the report. The first amendment we will move is amendment, or so we'll go to the vote on rather, is the amendment from Councillor Baldry, seconded by Councillor Crawford. That's within the chat for members. I'm happy to read it out if members wish me to read it out. Otherwise, we'll proceed to go to the vote.
Are you happy with it? With it being in the chat? Okay, read it.
So the amendment from Councillor Baldry is in the following terms. The item on page 85, education dash primary management restructure, be removed from the budget. Savings which only begin to appear in the financial year 26-27 of an estimated 0.495 million be replaced by funding from the Future Investment Capacity Fund, currently showing 18.691 million of reserve, as this is an element of earmarked reserve that is not committed. So members, when we come to the vote for those in the chamber, if you wish to vote for the motion from the council leader, seconded by the convener, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment, seconded by Councillor Crawford, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber now. Thank you. Sorry, members, we're just going to quickly try to restart. So just to remind you members, to vote for the motion, it's the green button. To vote for the amendment, it's the red button, and to abstain, it's the white button. Thank you. If everybody in chambers voted, we'll close that vote now. Thank you. And then going round those members remotely, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from the council leader, the amendment from councillor Baldry, or to abstain, and I'll start with councillor Bruce. Councillor Cameron.
The motion, please.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendment, please. Thank you.
Councillor MacDonald.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mackay.
Motion.
Councillor McAllister. Councillor McGilvray.
Amendment.
Councillor Miller.
Motion, please.
Councillor Morrison.
A motion, please.
Councillor Nolan.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Saggers.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment, please, Stuart.
Stuart, sorry, can I change? I made a mistake. McDonald here. Can I make it amendment, please? Apologies.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor MacDonald.
That's what you call a real lift then.
And and sorry, Councillor McLennan, I missed you out. How would you like to vote?
Motion, please.
Thank you. Convener, there were 39 votes for the motion. There were 27 votes for the amendment, so the motion is carried. And there were no abstentions. Members, this is the second consideration of the second amendment. Sorry? No, it's been tabled. So this is the amendment from Councillor Christie that was tabled to all members and is also within the chat. So the motion is from the council leader, seconded by the convener, and that's to move recommendations 1 to 17 in the report. The amendment from Councillor Christie, seconded by Councillor Stewart, is to add 4 further recommendations to 18 to 21, which were within the amendments, the amendment that was tabled in the chamber. So for those in the chamber to vote for the motion for the council from the council leader, press the green button when we come to vote. To vote for the member from Councillor Christie, it'll be the red button, and to abstain, it'll be the white button. And we'll start the voting shortly. And if everybody in the chamber has voted, we'll close the vote now. Thank you. And then going around those members remotely, tell me if you wish to vote for the motion or the amendment, and I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
The motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendment, please. Thank you.
Councillor MacDonald. You're on mute, Councillor MacDonald.
Amendment, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Motion.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion, please.
Councillor McGilvray.
Amendment.
Councillor Miller.
Motion, thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Nolan.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Saggers.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 41 votes for the motion, there were 24 votes for the amendment, and there was one abstention. So the motion is carried.
Thank you, members. That brings us to the end of today's proceedings, and thank you all very much for a very informed and well-mannered debate today. I think that's excellent. So see you all soon. Thank you. Oh, and just to remind you that the planning committee part of the full council meeting on the 14th starts at 9:30 and not at 10:30 because we have a planning notice of amendment.